Testing. Testing. Test. 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 Testing. 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 Test. Test. Testing.
Okay, it's 6 o'clock, time to get started. I'm going to call the City Council emergency meeting to order. And we don't have a prayer on here, new business. And first of all, do you want to speak a little bit about what constitutes an emergency?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do. So, good evening, everyone, Mayor, Council. So this morning, I was contacted by Councilmember Warren with an issue that came to his attention late yesterday, and it's something that felt needed to be addressed after speaking with the manager, and so we have an emergency meeting. For the group and everyone, under the Open Meetings Act, emergency meeting means any meeting called for the purpose of dealing with an emergency. For purposes of the Open Meeting Act, an emergency is defined as a situation involving injury to persons or injury and damage to public or personal property or immediate financial loss when the time requirements for public notice of a special meeting would make such procedural impractical and increase the likelihood of injury or damage or immediate financial loss. So I'm going to go ahead now and turn this over to City Manager.
Wait a
So,
minute, I haven't
yes.
read that.
Yes, sir.
I got to read the agenda item, and then we'll turn it to City Manager. Discuss and take immediate action if necessary regarding fiber optic companies and the ongoing installation of fiber in public right-of-ways and residential areas throughout the city of Lawton, Oklahoma. Specifically address and provide direction to staff concerning an urgent public safety issue in Eisenhower Village caused by the actions of these companies and their third-party contractors. City Manager.
Mayor, before we start, can I go ahead and call roll really quick?
Oh, we better do that.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Present. Warren.
And a quorum is established with a full hat. No, we're missing one. John?
Mayor and Council, last night, I guess around 8 or 9 p.m., somewhere in there, Councilman Warren reached out to me, and there's been several complaints recently about fiber optic cable being laid in the Eisenhower Village area, and there had been several holes, some deep. One was as deep as 11 feet. There were several holes on Inglewood Drive, and it created a hazardous public safety situation. And so we felt that it was important to address the issue right away. Earlier today, I reached out to AT&T. They were the company that was laying fiber in the area. They have assured me that over the next 2 weeks, they will finish work out there. They are going to they filled some of the holes today. The holes that are not filled because they are not done laying fiber, they will fill within the next 2 weeks. They've got sod and dirt on back order, but because of the flooding, it's been hard to acquire. So their timeline is 2 weeks that they'll have this taken care of. And in the meantime, they will have the holes marked appropriately with a safety gate, and on some of the holes that aren't filled, they'll have a hard surface cover. So we're doing what we can to protect our citizens and make sure that they're safe, even though there's all of these holes all over the place. So Christy James, our planning director, is going to talk some specifics, but that's generally what has occurred in the last 12 to 18 hours.
And we got some pictures going around. Those pictures aren't available for the public. Presentation. Okay, go, Kristen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is something I just kind of threw together, and I say threw together in the last few hours. Here we go. Here we go. No. Okay. All right. So over the last 2 years, planning has fielded over 200 fiber complaints. That's just kind of when, the fiber companies came into town and started their work. The three major companies in town are Blue Peak, Dobson, and AT&T. Just go over the complaint process. When we get a complaint from the citizen, Planning receives it, we notify public utilities, we have an inspector go out, actually look at the complaint, determine who the responsible party is. There's marking, there's color coding, there's tags, there's all sorts of things, how we determine who the responsible party is. Planning then sends that responsible party to the contact information. We send an email saying, hey, we're aware of this complaint. We also let the citizen know how to contact that party. A couple of the companies have 1-800 numbers that they request that the citizen call. And so we work the complaint kind of as a two-pronged approach, through the city notification and through the citizen notification. The public utilities inspectors, he's the one that manages communication on site. He's out there following up on the responsible party's work that they've done. Planning's in the office, following up. When we get an update, we're contacting the property owner to let them know who's going to be out there, when, stuff like that. We do manage all these complaints on a big spreadsheet, so we know when it started, if it was resolved, and how quickly it was resolved. So all those 200-plus ones have been tracked for over 2 years now. Just in the last 3 weeks, we have received 21 complaints regarding AT&T installation. The 5 major areas of town are here listed. Again, they're shown on this map by those pink stars. So this is not an isolated incident. It is happening in other areas of town outside of the Eisenhower Village neighborhood. And so just go over some of the pictures. This is up on Summit. This was actually Friday at 5 o'clock. This is the second time this water meter had been repaired. Basically, it getting bored through, and so it breaks that water meter. You can tell in the center picture, the threads is what goes to the water lines. That just breaks off, and so water distribution was out there Friday after 5 o'clock to come fix it. And then, of course, AT&T was notified, but they didn't go out there till I believe it was Sunday or Monday. This is just a video of that broken line. You can see the end of it right there. That piece is what's supposed to be on the water line. That's broken, and the line is actually pushed about 10 inches into the ground. And so there was a lot of force of something coming through there and just pushing it out of the way. This is over on Lindy. This is a water line repair. You can see that first picture, the line, or the hole is just filled with water running into the street. The last picture is the before the repair. The middle picture is the after the repair. They just ran through that water line. This is a little bit further in Austin Addition, same-ish neighborhood as the Lindy. But again, up and down the street, you see the fencing, the conduit coming out of the ground. You can see in that first picture that that pile of dirt's been there a while because that grass is pretty tall. So it's been there. This is over in Eisenhower Village, some of the more dangerous spots, very large holes holding water so you can't tell how deep that hole is, blocking sidewalks. Again, just some other pictures of some fixes, air quotes. Again, that fence that's up on that first picture with the grass growing through it, showing that it's been there for some time. Another picture, this is some of the fixes. Even though the hole may be filled in, this is what's left after. Just for the Eisenhower Village holes, we believe there's about 10 large holes. This is what it would cost the city to actually go in and fill in those holes as an emergency repair. Any questions?
Randy, do you want to weigh in on this?
Council, I talked to John about this. This has been, as Christy said, it's been an ongoing issue. And it actually started out with getting phone calls, and I'm sure a lot of you have gotten them. You know, they were in my alley and they left a pile of wire, or, you know, they left some water bottles. I actually, you know, that in the beginning, that's kind of what they were. And it's gotten now to where evidently these utility companies have hired Bob's Boring or something. It's like anybody that could buy a boring machine gets to go out there and just bore through our water lines. And in fact, this one in Eisenhower Village, I don't know if there's any validity to it, but my understanding is from one of the citizens that lives there in front of his house is that large hole. He said that they actually bored into or somehow caused the main to leak and filled the hole up, washed out all the dirt under the road, and then they sent a truck by and pumped the mud out of the hole and into the street. And so it's like, there's absolutely no adults involved in whoever it is that these utility companies are hiring. So not only do I think we need to, as a council, direct the manager to have staff do whatever we need to do to keep the citizens and the city's property safe, up to and including filing injunctions or whatever we need to do to get their attention. But I also hope that we can look at rules for the future that we cause utility companies to agree to, that they're going to be responsible directly for what their contractors do. I mean, at this point, I'm assuming that we would have to fight the contractor and then fight I mean, it's just a big mess, and they literally are hiring people that I evidently have never done this before. And I was going to ask if Rusty would go out there, if he hasn't already, have one of his guys go out there and look at that hole and make sure, because they've filled it back up now.
Yeah, Heath Renchen with Public Utilities, he's the inspector that goes out there as soon as we get a complaint. Christie in our office contacts Heath. He's the first man on the ground to determine which company it is. So he's the one out there, he's the one looking at it, trying to follow up on all the holes. But the first complaint we got in Eisenhower Village was March 18th. It has picked up in the last few weeks. Several emails have been sent by staff to the contact people that we have. We've given out that 1-800 number, feels like hundreds of times. So they're getting it from both sides. Again, the city side and the customer side, they're aware of these issues, and the just response has been slow.
It's very difficult, I think, for us to be able to have a crystal ball and know where they're going to leave a hole open. And that was my concern when I talked to the manager, was that hole was 11 or 12 or whatever feet deep. It had no barricade around it at all. And a child could have fallen in there, and, you know, and my problem is, at this point, now I know about it, which means the city knows about it, which means we're going to be liable if something like that happens.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with AT&T, them being a franchise holder, we don't know where they're going. We don't get any pre-approval, there's no plans, so it is hard until it happens to know what area of town they're in now, but we still don't know where they're going next. So that has been hard to keep track of who's in what areas of town, who tells us they're here and who doesn't.
And I don't know, maybe, I don't know if that's something we can change in our agreements, or if it's something we need to get some state help with in the future, to be able to hold them more accountable and make them let us know where they're at.
The utility companies are very hard to control, but we can control boring contractors by making them permit with the city of Lawton, have bonds with the city of Lawton, and rules and regulations that they have to adhere to. That is the way to control what's happening out there. The AT&Ts are very, because of state statutory deals, very hard to deal with those issues. But the contractors that they're bringing in, we can control them through a permitting, bonding, and making them submit to us where they're going, what they're going to do, and if they're caught without that, not be allowed to work in our city.
Do we have that in place now, or is
No,
that
we do
something-
not have that in place right now.
Okay, can we
But that's one thing that,
make that part of
is
this?
one of the big, that's the big hammer that we can put on out there.
Have we got a picture we're putting up?
A picture of the holes, or
Yeah. Did you, of the hole, is that the one you just showed us? Passed around? Okay.
I'd say
And that
there's,
goes under the road, making the roadland safe
Yeah.
as well?
most of the holes are between what would be the sidewalk and the back of curb, because they're in the street right of way. So they're right off back of curb or right off the sidewalk.
Other communities control this already and we don't?
I think other communities across the state are struggling with this too.
They are.
We're not the only ones that are, but Rusty's absolutely right. I think there's a few legal things that we can do to ensure better accountability going forward.
Do you have a motion, Mr. Warren?
Council, I'd make a motion that we direct the city manager to cause staff to begin working on the solution with the contractors, and also look at any other means that we can find to help safeguard the citizens and city property.
We do have a second. Now I've got a question. Are you also authorizing him to begin legal action?
Yes, if necessary.
And is that your second? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Mayor, could I just add that after talking to AT&T this morning, for whatever it's worth, they were extremely apologetic. The city has had, over the years, a very good relationship with them. So this is a bit of an anomaly that it got to this point with this specific contractor. But they were very apologetic. They wanted me to publicly say that, and I agreed to do that. Additionally, the boring company that they hired to drill these holes, they have fired. So they have fired them. They're going to contract with a new company. And so they seem very ready and amenable and committed to fixing the mess that they've caused.
Okay, so
and-
at this time, you don't feel like there's going to have to be legal action?
No, I don't, sir.
Okay, all right. George?
And
I
will
just
add-
wanted to
go ahead.
mention one thing, and I talked with the city manager this morning about this. This is not an amendment or an addition to your proposal. It'll be covered anyway, but bonding, requiring bonds from these contractors is the way to do it. And I think we know that, so that's probably the process we'll do. Then they'll have that bond up, which will cover all of this if there are damages that we can't get money, and we won't have to do legal action.
Yeah. And that has been one of the issues, is almost every different area, they hire a different subcontractor to do the work. And so, like in Walnut Creek was an AT&T area, but that subcontractor they hired for that area
Okay,
actually called the city.
I think we have enough for the
So-
council to vote on unless the council asks for
No.
more questions.
Rusty's already fired quite a few of them earlier in the year, so.
Okay, discussion or debate? Let's vote.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Motion carries. Okay, we need to adjourn the emergency meeting. We've got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Weiger? Williams? Warren?
Okay, that meeting is adjourned. This time I call the Lawton Transit Trust Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Williams? Present. Warren?
Quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider approving an agreement between Lawton Public Schools and the City Transit Trust operating LATs to provide transit service to all students and staff at no charge.
This is an annual agreement that the Transit Trust and LPS has had for several years now. Again, this allows the students and staff to ride LATs at no charge. LPS pays a flat rate of $70,000 a year to cover those costs, and currently, we're still making money on the deal, so.
Questions or motions?
Mayor, I move that we approve this agreement between LPS and the Transit Authority.
Okay. A motion, and I heard a second down here. Discussion? Please vote.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Motion carries. Bringing up item 2, consider approving a resolution authorizing the filing and execution of a grant for federal assistance under Section 5307 Federal Transit Administration for federal fiscal year 2025, appropriating funding, approving the application, and authorizing the chairman to sign the split letter. Christie.
This is just an annual docket for the normal, or documents for the normal operating funds.
A motion? We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Motion carries. Bringing up item 3, consider approving a resolution authorizing the filing and execution of a grant for federal assistance under Section 5339 Federal Transit Administration for federal fiscal year 2025, appropriated funding, approving the application, and authorizing the chairman to sign the split letter.
Again, these are another annual documents, and this funding will be used for the transfer center.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Bringing up item 4, consider adopting a resolution approving the certifications and assurances required under the Master Agreement FTA MAP 33 between the City Transit Trust and Federal Transit Administration FTA for federal fiscal year 2025, and authorizing the chairman and secretary to execute same.
Again, annual documents. The feds did release this pretty late this year, so this is kind of a retroactive assurances, but we can't bring them to you until we get them from them. And so that's why,
And we just got them?
yes, that's why the dates look a little bit weird, but it's fairly normal.
I got a motion. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Motion carries. Bringing up item 5. Consider approving the annual cooperative agreement and an agreement for limited funding between the City of Lawton and the Transit Trust to provide funds for the operation of a public transit system, and authorize the chairman and secretary to execute the same. Christie.
Last annual document, this is the annual funding agreement where we fund the Transit Trust that will take effect July 1.
Have a motion? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
And the motion carries. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Mayor, real quick, please.
Mayor, Christie's going to recognize Ryan. Ryan, will you come on up, please?
Council, we are having to say goodbye to our general manager of LATS, Ryan Landers. He's been with us 10 years. He has taken a job in Waco, so we are going through the transition of replacing the GM. He will be here the whole time through the transition period, helping us on that transition. But I just wanted to publicly recognize him and tell him thank you for all of his hard work over these last 10 years. And we did also recently lose Tony Hansley. His last day was last Friday. So again, there is some transition going on, but again, I want to assure the public that none of the day-to-day operations of LATS is affected by this change. But just to let you know that there's a transition going on. When the new general manager is selected, the trust will have to approve that. John and I meet with John Hendrickson on Thursday this week to go over some resumes that were submitted to us. And so we'll have a hand in selecting the new GM that we'll then bring to you for final approval. So again, thanks to Ryan.
John?
Ryan, we have a coin for you, and we just want to say we appreciate all of your hard work and dedication to the City of Lawton, and you've been an amazing partner over the years, so thank you for your service.
And before we give you a round of applause, how did you get through 10 years and no gray hair?
I've lost a lot of hair.
It didn't turn green, but it turned loose.
It has been an ordeal, but a fun ordeal, and I can't thank you all enough, and sad to see, but I'll be here off and on, still involved in all the projects and everything. So.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure, Ryan, you are totally clear on the fact that Waco is in Texas, right? Yes. Okay.
I am still cheering for that.
Do I have a motion for adjournment? Move. I have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Okay, the Transit Trust is adjourned. Okay, so I'm going to call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Miss Alberti and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Miss Alberti? And thank you, Miss Alberti. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams? Present. Warren?
Okay, and we're got a little change in the order of the agenda. And next, we will go to items 26, 27, and 28 before we get back in line. Item number 26, consider approving the FYE 2026 through 2028 collective bargaining agreement between the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF Local 1882, and the City of Lawton. Dwayne.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're here tonight on item number 26 to consider the approval of the new contract for the Lawton Firefighters Association and the City of Lawton. This journey began last fall. We had some issues with the contract, dealing with some FLSA, Fair Labor Standards Act compliance, and we started the negotiation process very early for a typical year. We're coming off of a 6-year agreement that started in 2019 and ran through the end of this fiscal year. So as you can imagine, there were many, many changes that we had to address over the time that we were negotiating. In fact, there was a little bit made of some of those changes. Somebody said there was like 71 changes. That's a lot. But considering the time it took to get through everything, we had some changes in grammatical stuff as far as, just different formatting and spelling and stuff like that we fixed. But the meat of the agreement, which is really what I want to bring to light here tonight, is the fact that we have a 3-year contract in front of you that we're requesting you to approve that brings a change in salary to make the firefighters here in Lawton competitive and really gets them where they need to be moving forward. We're looking at bringing the starting wage for firefighters up to $54,000, which is an increase of 13% just this year. Over this 3-year window, we're looking at approximately 30% in total wage increases for the firefighters. Those changes alone will get them back into the game, if you will, as far as being competitive with our peers. Other changes to the contract, this is including but not limited to, is the paramedic incentive increase. We're spot on with Norman, so we're paying exactly what they're paying when it comes to our paramedics. We created a paramedic education reimbursement plan. We have a new longevity incentive that we brought for our firefighters. There were revisions to the uniform allotments and some changes in the way that we handle the uniforms and the materials that they're made out of. Addition of 48 hours of flexible holiday leave. We did modify the work period from 27 to 28 days and corrected the issue we had with the Fair Labor Standards Act on the overtime. We increased fire marshal standby pay. We provided updates to the group health insurance rates, which we needed to address, modified the employee evaluation dates to coincide with their hire dates, and various other grammatical and spelling and formatting issues as well. There really was a considerable amount of changes that we had to bring into play here. We had multiple memorandums of understanding that we had to incorporate in the agreement as well, and those were due to changes along the way over that 6-year window. The contract that we're under now that's getting ready to expire, that's the longest contract that we've ever had with a bargaining agreement. Probably a little bit too long when it comes to being able to make changes as you go, which is why we recommended and have agreed to a 3-year contract this time. So with that being said, I think the union president and some of his guys are here if you guys want to speak. But we would request that in consideration of where we're at and moving forward with the steps and the pay revisions, that you would approve the contract.
Council, can we get a motion for approval? Have a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Do I have a second? Comment or debate, discussion? Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to, this is my last chance to do this. With a 3-year contract, I won't be able to speak on a fire contract again. But I want to thank Dwayne and our bargaining group, our team. I'd like to thank the firefighters and their team. I think we've got a good contract that everybody, nobody ever gets everything that they want, but I think everybody got a lot of what they wanted. And I do appreciate that we got it done, and thank y'all a lot.
Other comments?
Mayor, I just wanted to echo that sentiment. I'm really proud of Dwayne and our negotiating team. I'm also proud of the Local 1882. It takes 2 parties to come to an agreement. They negotiated in good faith, which isn't always the case when it comes to these negotiations. So I'm glad we got this done. I feel like it's been a little bit of a black cloud hanging over the city, so I'm very happy to get this agreement in place and put this matter to rest.
And I appreciate everybody as well working to get us where we need to go. And while we may not be completely where we need to go, we're moving a giant step forward for our city. Any other comments before we vote? All right, let's vote. And the motion carries 7-0. We're going to stop and sign? Okay. All right, we ready? Item number 27, receive bids for the sale of the city's $3,150,000 general obligation bond, Series 2025, and award the sale of the $3,150,000 general obligation bond, Series 2025, to the lowest bidder. Chris Gander.
So this is what we authorized about 2 months ago, and since that time, we went out and got the bonds rated. This is the annual sale we do each year, which maintains your tax rate at the approximately 11 mils that we do each year. So what I laid out there before you, this sheet here, are the bids we received. So very happy we received 5 bids. Part of that is attributed to Rebecca and us having a current audit. We have not historically received 5 bids, so very happy about that. Our low bid is 3.318646%, and then you can see the second best bid was at 3.5%, and then our low bid, or highest rate bid, was 3.75%. So we're recommending you award the bonds to PNC Capital Markets at 3.3186. And then there's 2 agenda items. This first one is you're authorizing or awarding it to the low bid, and then the next one you'll go into is you'll actually authorize the issuance of the debt. So
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to accept the low bid on the bonds.
We have a motion and a second to accept the low bid. Discussion? Please vote.
And I'll add, you have Lynn Drive, your bond counsel, here too, if you have any questions I can't answer.
And that's awful close to the inflation. I mean, that's borrowing money at almost nothing when you figure inflation.
Still really low rates. I agree.
That's great. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up item 28, consideration and approval of an ordinance providing for the issuance of general obligation bonds, Series 2025, in the sum of $3,150,000 by the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, authorized at an election duly called and held for such purpose, prescribing form of the General Obligation Bond Series 2025, providing for registration thereof, providing the official statement pertaining to general obligation bonds, Series 2025, providing for the levy of an annual tax for payment of principal and interest on the same, fixing other details of the issue, and declaring an emergency. Do you need 2 votes on this?
Yes, sir, we'll need 2 votes.
Okay, so we need 1 to approve and then 1 to declare an emergency. Can I get a motion for approval? We have a motion to approve and a second. Discussion, please vote.
Okay, Lynn, I have a question. Do I just need to read the title on this one, or do we need to read the whole ordinance? Just the title? So the title, reading the title, will be an ordinance providing for the issuance of general obligation bonds in the sum of $3,150,000 by the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, authorized at an election duly called and held for such purpose, prescribing form of bonds, providing for registration thereof, approving the official statement pertaining to the bonds, providing for the levy of the annual tax for payment of principal and interest on the same, fixing other details of the issue, and declaring an emergency.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Can I get a motion declaring emergency? So moved. Motion and a second. Discussion. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
It might be technical, but the ordinance does say we read section 11, so just to make sure we do that, I'm going to read that. That's the emergency language. So I'm going to
Okay,
read
let's
that real
read it.
quick. That by reason of said city being without adequate streets, roadways, it is deemed and hereby declared necessary for the immediate preservation of peace, welfare, health, and safety, that said bonds be issued without delay, and that to that end, this ordinance shall become operative immediately, wherein an emergency is hereby declared to exist, and this ordinance shall be in full force and effect immediately from and after its passage and approval.
Okay, no reason to revote, right? We're good. All right, that gets us back on track. Few streets fixed, and we go back to presentations. Receive a report regarding the Museum of the Great Plains Trust Authority and take action as deemed necessary. Rhonda, are you giving us a report? Thank you. Jason. Is that little red light on down there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is. I may need help operating this.
Okay, well, that's between you and Don Lynn. I'm not sure how it works, except that a lot of times it doesn't.
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
And then the button, yep. I think it should be on. Yes.
Okay.
Green, and point towards Donna Lynn if it acts funny.
Okay, great. Good evening, council. Good evening, I'm Rhonda Norrell. I am the incoming president of the Museum of the Great Plains Trust Authority, and I'm here to give some updates as requested. And I have a brief slide presentation, and then there are some handouts for this also. So I'm hoping that we can answer questions, bridge some gaps, and move positively forward. So one of the tasks deemed and requested was for us to come up with a plan for 5, 10, and 20 years of what we need the museum to do using AI. So we did that. And part of that is to develop some experiences and some things that carry over to all 3 of those breakdowns of time, 5, 10, and 20 years. It's just... So with that in mind, one of the things that with technology that we're seeing is to come up with digital enhancements, things to enhance our exhibits, things to enhance an experience in the museum, and things to engage our community and our visitors, and to put things out there that are available technologically and available to make things more user-friendly. So trying to create an immersive digital experience, virtual tours, and online educational resources. That is the attempt to bring a visitor up to date, to hit all types of technology so that when someone is getting ready to come to the museum or someone is at the museum, that they can have an experience that crosses all barriers. We're trying to develop new, well-researched exhibits for diverse age groups. We know that all ages visit the museum, from toddlers to senior citizens. So trying to develop and come up with different ways to handle things like this. This is all an ongoing item. It will continually be advanced. To implement a system for gathering and analyzing visitor feedback. We all know that we can have the best tool in the box, but if we don't have communication back and forth, that may not be what is perceived the best item for our population. We'd also like to ensure that the museum is accessible to all visitors by addressing physical barriers to include inclusive programming. And then to explore new applications, such as storytelling and other applications that are out there that are AI generated to make that experience better for our visitors. Another item that would be necessary in the 5, 10, and 20-year program is to come up with some educational and community programs for education and engagement. So we would develop programs that align with school curricula and offer engaging learning opportunities for our students of all ages, and that means toddlers and senior citizens. To extend the museum's reach by offering educational programs in schools and community centers. So that gives us an outreach into other areas besides just staying in the facility. To engage families by creating family-friendly programs, such as a take-home kit for the kids to continue to do activities at home and potentially want to come back to see the museum. To develop a 10 and 20-year growth strategy for our community partnerships and interest groups, to start the collaboration and to continue the collaboration with groups. Strengthen our community engagement and financial stability, another item that was requested. Develop and forge new partnerships with local organizations, schools, and community groups to seek community input in the development of exhibits and programs and come up with some new strategic plans. Enhance our funding sources to include other grants, donations, and memberships. To research forming a foundation of endowment. That is a way, or an endowment, that is a way that lots of organizations are doing things to help fund their organization, but most organizations are not self-funded. This endowment or forming foundations takes probably more than our lifespans to be able to be self-funding. To develop assessment tools for 10 and 20-year plans to include the current status of our facilities for improvement and expansion. To continue to align our staff, our volunteer engagements for future growth. We have to continue to grow. We have to continue to change. That being said, adapt and change for the future. Conduct strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats so that we can adapt our position to the current times. To monitor and evaluate our performances, performance indicators, and to track the progress that we make so that we make necessary changes to a strategic plan to continue future growth and successes. We need to embrace current technology and future technology. None of us sitting here tonight have a clue where our technology is going to take it, whether we'll be wearing goggles in a gallery and looking at the museum that way, or if we'll be physically present, but those are things that we'll have to embrace. We need to watch trends so that we're responsive. We need to embrace staff development and embrace innovation. We need to communicate with the city constantly, biannually, or more often, if the city council would like to hear more from us. We need to possibly amend our trust indenture agreements. We need to update our programs for our community within the museum networks. I'm going to go back and I'm going to pause for a minute, and I want to talk about our grants and funding sources. Where mainly our projects at the museum are project-driven for grants. There are not many grants available to do things such as fund office expenses, fund admin, fund general maintenance expenses. The museums as a whole depend upon finding a project, such as the trading post, seeing what it's going to cost to develop it, and then going out and finding a grantor to do that. So those things in collaboration are continually going to be done. We have to increase our admissions, we have to increase our sales, and we have to increase our donations. We realize this. It's very, very important for our revenue. The city has been kind and gracious for many, many years with the 500,000 plus operating monies that have been given to us, but we know we have to do more. We have to increase our sales in our store. We have to find ways to increase admission, and marketing are ways to do those things. I think we have some handouts, and I think you have some of those in front of you. One of them is a comparison of peer criteria. It's the single-page one like this. So we've looked at other cities, we've looked at other communities, we've looked at other museums and put together some data. Lawton, Oklahoma's museum is one of only 14 that are accredited in the state. There are over 500 museums, but we are one of only 14. We are the only one in southwest Oklahoma or south of Norman and that area. Most of them are in larger economic and larger metropolitan communities for us. The data on this sheet shows population, census, and things like that. We are also one of the Enid has an older museum than we do. We're one of the older museums around. One of the communities that is similar to ours is Moore. They do not have a museum because they have so much readily available for them. So those comparisons, and then I'd like to give a little bit before we go into some of the other data about some of my vision for the museum. I think we need to develop a long-range planning committee composed of city and county members. I think we need to develop a mandatory trust authority board member training done with the city attorney or other staff that you all help us find to understand how a trust should work. I think we need to also develop board training for our board that is specific to what is expected of a board member, how to make a correct motion, how to do things to educate our board to make us more successful so that we can run the museum with the staff that is there. I think we need to have more interconnected actions with our staff, our board, and our Friends group. The Friends group of the museum has become active again, and we're excited about that. They're thinking and they're working, coming up with projects. We need to visit other sites so that we can see how we compare, so that we can maybe do some pats on our shoulders, so that we can maybe come back to the city and say, we need a little help. Can you help us find another way to do something? We need to develop marketing plans with the MWR, the Chamber, and other nonprofit organizations in Lawton and the area so that we can bring more visibility to our museum. The visibility is key for us to be successful and to be able to have funding and to continue to grow. And maybe one of those things to take care of with electronics is to have an electronic docent available at all our stations that are in there. The past 3 weeks, I have been at the museum once a week with children. None of them know what parts of the organ go in the buffalo and where they go. And if they could stand on something and it click and light up and say, here's where the heart goes, here's where the leg bone goes, here's where the lung goes, what fun would those kids have? What fun would we have as an adult also watching those lights? It would kind of could be, and I know there's things like that that are out there, but it would be a transition to have something like that for some people that struggle with learning or not able to keep up with. We need to take steps to make our museum the place for learning, fun, and history. We are the best. So how do we communicate with the city? Biannual reports with you all, or more, because you need to hear the exciting things that are going on. I'm sure that there are many of you that are here today that don't realize that we've had about 700 children in the museum the last 3 weeks. There's another group coming tomorrow. The kids don't want to leave. They want to stay longer. That's a plus for us. They're learning. They're learning to rope. Not very good, I must add. But, you know, they're learning to play with the campfire sites. They're acting. They go into the store, and they act like they're from the 1900s. We've had so much theater going on with these children in there. And the parents and the volunteers that are going around with these groups are having a blast. Nobody wants to leave in an hour and a half or 2 hours. So we need to continue those programs. We need to find ways to get out into our community. Might mean in the future with some remodeling that we have to take our show on the road to a degree, but I think that we're ready to do it. We need to continue updating our programs so that we're part of the good museum network so that we can be successful. I'll go back to the slides. So how do we impact our community with positive programs now? These are things that we're currently doing. We're doing the Neuro Night. It's hosted quarterly. We do Christmas on the Prairie. It's hosted yearly in December. We do a summer camp. This year it's in July. It modifies a little bit depending upon other obligations, but we're doing it in July, and that may be where it stays. We are working with Arts for All to do a Summer Arts Institute. This is an outreach that we're on our 3rd year with. It's a wonderful collaboration. It's good for our educators to come into the building. It's good for the kids to be in the building in summer and have fun and have time. We've got the Trading Post reopening coming in October. We potentially have the National First Responders Conference coming in October also. And there's discussions about us being a site for the Conference of the Museums in 2028. Additionally, I'd like for you to look at a couple of your other handouts. Thank you. You all asked for some a daily admission report. We've generated a document that looks like this for you to kind of see where our admissions are and our admission and our memberships. Another comment that has come up that on some of the diagrams, our memberships have declined. For several years, the Oklahoma Museum Network did a program that helped us have statewide memberships. Our numbers were really good during that time, but we were the cheapest membership around from all the other communities. So people would drive in here, come once to see our museum and not come back, but go see other museums. The next page of this document are some of the other items that have been requested about what our grants are and who they've come from and some of our other funding. to help with our exhibits. We are actively seeking grants and funding. We do go out in the community when we have a smaller need to do things where maybe a business will underwrite something for us to help with fixing or an immediate need for doing something, for instance, maybe something during one of our programs that we don't have. These are, again, specific driven projects to go ask the community for funding. There's a page titled Trend of Our Grant Line Contributions, and I know this has been a concern for the council. Part of this, again, is our grants are written for projects. We develop a project, we develop a need, and we try to then fund it. So our grants sometimes take 2 or 3 years to spend down on the monies, but we're constantly, we are looking. It just takes time and it takes a vision to find the new project. The next page is an evaluation and just a spreadsheet of our Form 990 contributions and where they came from as far as donations, the hotel motel money, the actual. It also includes membership dues, our gifts and contributions, our admission numbers, and investments, and then the total that we have brought in. The city has been very gracious. The Reynolds Foundation was extremely good to us. They are no longer in business, so that is not a grant that we can go back to and find funding for. We are looking at a new project with our engine, and when we get all the costs and all of that evaluated, we will go seek a grant to pay for that, so that it's not coming from asking for the city for some additional funding or coming from any of the reserves that we have. So I would like to say thank you, and then if I can answer some questions, I would love to answer some questions as best I can. I may have to defer to Jason to help me. He and I have been working as well as the museum staff on coming up with things to answer and to have a plan to move forward, because I think we have a good thing.
So I want to thank you for coming with that energy that you bring and the positivity that you bring and the vision that you bring. All of those 3 ingredients are going to, I think, help the museum be more and more successful as we go through time. And you bring that energy to everything you touch, and I appreciate that. And if you can get as many kids there as you get to an Arts for All camp, there's not going to be enough employees.
Well, and we have had volunteers standing in line to volunteer to help on those days that we've had programs at the museum. We've had probably 20 adults at each day that have been there. So that's another exposure, and they're going, I haven't brought my child here in a while. And some of those are teachers, and some of them are just grandparents in the community. So I think that those of you that know me know that if I'm involved, I'm involved. And I try to always be positive, and so that's what I'm bringing to you.
I also loved what I'm hearing, that you're using artificial intelligence and you're visioning out of how things might change and how the world might change and how museuming might change in the process of all of that. And I hope we never get away from the kids playing with the buffalo hands-on, you know. Some of us that have been around a while probably have trouble envisioning how you're going to replace that, but they might. Thank you for seeing into that future.
I want to say one thing.
I do want to ask you about recommendations for changing the trust indenture. Have you had any discussions about that?
We had our board meeting, today's Tuesday, last night, for a little bit of discussion on how to do those things. We would like to meet with city staff and kind of discuss some options on what we would be perceived to be in the best interest of making some changes. We like having an odd number on the board because that helps if we come to a challenging decision. You all have suggested, and we, of course, welcome Jason to be would more than welcome him to be our ex officio member on the board. He brings valuable assets to us. He's working with many organizations and several that I'm involved with as another voice and as another way to look at things. And some of it is education, some of it is, hey, have you thought about? And, I know getting ready for today, it was a wealth of information for me. Did I answer you?
You did. George?
I just want to say one thing. You might be a little bit hard on those kids trying to rope. Since Ronnie Love, her dad, was a world champion roper, for those that didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm a little hard on them. I haven't picked up those lousy ropes, so yes. So, yes, thank you.
And the councilwoman from Ward 1.
Rhonda caused me to wear this shirt. People were saying, I think someone said, you're not going to wear that, are you? This is from the summer arts program. And so it's a tie-dye that was done at Rhonda's. You worked with the children on this, didn't you?
We've worked with them, and Thursday, this is a diversion, but Thursday, there'll be all the kids in summer school in tie-dyed shirts.
All right.
So I think the children are having more fun than the adults, so maybe we need to try a little fun.
Okay. Other comments?
Yeah,
Ms. Williams?
I had a quick comment.
Excuse me just a minute. I'd already acknowledged Ms. Williams.
Yes, you mentioned about endowment. Is there going to be like a set amount that you all will request, and also is it going to be tax deductible?
We're just starting in the planning phases to even bring that up to discuss it, but it is an option that we feel like we need to pursue to a degree. We'll have to find out the boundaries and what should be done. And we just met last night. We kind of bounced through some of these items last night, and so there's lots of discussion and lots of learning and potential planning to be done.
And you all discuss if it's going to be tax deductible or not?
We will have to discuss that, yes. Because
Mr.
that makes
Smith.
endowments work.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir. Rhonda, I just want to thank you for your passion. I'd like to thank Jason, the staff. I think everything is going in a great, positive direction, and I'm really super excited about it. Thank you.
Ms. Chapman?
Well, anything that Rhonda touches is done with excellence. We all know that, and I really appreciate this presentation. I hope this is helping this council to understand what we have here with the museum. And I hope this information, I hope you just don't put it in the trash or file it somewhere, but take a look at it, because a lot of hard work went into this in a very short amount of time. And I appreciate you coming very much, and I know we have the museum staff. I wish you would stand up at least and let people know who you are. Bart, Ian, Rebecca, Jim.
And we have a staff that's willing to work and to help, and that's what makes the board successful. That's what will make the museum successful.
Okay, now it sounds like we've got a board that's giving good direction and building the vision of where everybody's got to work to, and I appreciate that. That's important leadership. Thank you. John, what are you looking for on this?
Mayor, there's no action to be taken other than this was just an update for council to understand the direction that the museum was going, and ask any questions of Rhonda or the museum staff or Jason, whom we hope the Museum Trust Authority adds as an ex officio member soon, because Rhonda, you were talking about connections earlier, and that connective tissue between the museum and the city staff. And Jason has a direct line with me, direct line with our office. I think that's a good plug-in. And as you mentioned, he's extremely talented, and I think he's somebody that you can count on and rely on and help propel the museum forward.
Mayor?
Talent and energy, I might add.
Yeah, I had a comment.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Rhonda, I've had the opportunity to go back into the artifact room with I think that Jim was saying that you only have 20% out in exhibition, and all the rest is back there. So I wanted to mention, and you can say something about that, but another part of that museum is just the storage that you have of the many artifacts and items that many of the Latonians here probably may have personal ties to even. But how many artifacts do you actually have back there?
I'm going to defer behind me and ask a question. I'm overwhelmed when I hear them talk about the artifacts because we see the gallery, but there's so much behind the scenes that we're not aware of.
Good evening. I'm Ian Swart. I'm the assistant director and also the archivist, so I get to spend a lot of time with all of the cool artifacts. It's typical for most museums to only have 2 to 3% of their actual artifact holdings on display at any one time. We're no different. Jim and I, he also takes care of part of our collection. We were just talking that when we get to the renovations and the fixing of the museum building, that would be a great opportunity for us to swap out a lot of the artifacts that have been on display for a while. As far as objects in our catalog, I believe we have about 50,000 cataloged individual items. There are lots of other items that we may have a collection cataloged, and it could be 5 items, it could be 500 items, who knows. One thing that we are striving for and have been for the past 1.5 or 2 years is enhancing public access to those materials. Through our website, we can have a public portal where people can go search for their family name or a business name or a street name and look at those assets that we have in the archives that may not be out on exhibit, but they can view those items directly on our website. They can contact me or Jim for more information. In the past 1.5 years, we have added about 30,000 individual photographic assets to that site, and we are adding more and more to that every day.
And this takes a lot of work to make sure that it doesn't deteriorate and...
Yes, it is a very tedious, time-consuming project, and it takes the right person to do that day in and day out, but I love it.
A lot of training, I'm sure.
Yes.
You haven't thrown away that Ward 5 ballot box that I saw the last time that was in there, have you?
No. In fact, I just want to quickly mention that we are working on an exhibit to go in July that will be about Lawton in 1901. So we're focusing on the months from July to December of 1901. We've been pulling artifacts and archives and looking at those. I had a short conversation with Mayor Booker just recently, or just prior to this meeting, to talk about some of the cool artifacts that will be going on display.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But my great-grandfather served on the first town council.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you, Ian. By the way, now, is that the way they dressed in 1901?
Actually, I am surprised at the number of overalls that show up in photographs from August of 1901.
Yeah. And in those photographs, was it complete with bow tie?
There is one photo of one man with overalls and a bow tie.
All right. Thank you so much. Council, other comments, questions for Rhonda? How about a round of applause? I would love to see this great group. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, staff.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate the energy. That brings up item number 2. Well, let's see, it's been an hour and 10 minutes. We're on item number 2. What does that tell you? Going to be here a while. True North Award recipient, John.
All right, good evening, everyone. Caitlin Gatlin, will you come on up? So come on over here so the podium's not blocking you. So Caitlin is a pretty special employee, and we're going to talk about her in a little bit more in just a minute, but I'm going to do something I don't typically do. I'm going to bring her husband, Graydon Gatlin, up as well. So Graydon, you come on up. And the reason I'm doing this is this is an amazing young couple that works for the city of Lawton. We put a lot of demands on Caitlin. We put a lot of demands on Graydon. They support each other. They work through it. They work some odd hours. And it's refreshing to see, and it's pretty impressive, so I wanted to mention that. But Caitlin, as you all know, was amazing during the flooding. I remember when right after the really intense rainfall, we were in the EOC, and I think Caitlin had some social event that afternoon, and I'm like, Caitlin, you need to get down here because this is serious, and it's really bad, and we need to start communicating to the public immediately. And without reservation or without any sort of problem, she immediately dropped what she was doing. She came down. And what followed over the next few days was pretty special. Not only did she inform the public and get out all the public information that we needed to get out, but she does so in such a way that, she puts her soul into everything. And there was one report that she made. I remember it was like late on a weeknight. You and Fire Chief Williams were out at East Cache Creek. It was like 11 o'clock at night, and they're out there with the measuring stick because they wanted to be able to tell our citizens immediately if that water crested in the city, because we thought the city of Lawton might be split in half. And so just her commitment, her dedication to duty, the way in which she communicates, and she truly cares about her community. And this special couple, they're just an impressive young couple, and they're great employees for the city of Lawton. So please give Caitlin and her husband a round of applause.
Brings up our reports by the mayor, city council, and city manager, and we're going to start with Ward 8. Okay, 7.
Just very quickly, farmer's market, fresh fruit.
Okay, George.
As by now, everyone knows that 38th Street is being tore up. We'll have a new street there real quick. We're going to be starting about 30 to 60 days, starting on 38th and Lee, going west to 52nd, redoing that street. So the progress is going on, and Lawton's looking better every day.
Okay, Ms. Chapman.
It warms my heart in Ward 3 to see all the different kinds of improvements, not only the sewer and the water and the sidewalks, but the streets, and I'm looking at Kids Zone right now. What the improvement, what for our families here in Lawton is just going to be fantastic. And I love 38th Street. I love it all dug up because it's going to be so pretty in just a few months. So thank you to the citizens who have provided the funding for this. Thank you.
Amen. Amen on that. Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir. Don't forget this Friday, Saturday, from 5 o'clock till dusk, we're going to have Freedom Festival. A lot of work and effort has gone to that. Jason has spearheaded that again. Thank you. Thank you to the staff as well. Also, I don't know if everyone knows, but the Lawton Police Department has a graduation of an academy this upcoming Friday at 9 a.m. as well. So a lot of great things are happening in our city.
And Councilwoman.
I've already done my show and tell.
City Manager.
Jason, will you come up and just give a brief summary of Friday and Saturday's events?
Yeah, so Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and citizens listening in, whether they're at home or here. As Councilman Smith mentioned, so 5 to 10 both days. So on Friday, We still have registrations open for the Derby car races as well as the hot dog eating contest. We have special divisions open just for military families. They can also sign up for the gurney races that are going on. Winners of those will actually get some backstage passes, so military that are out there sign up for those, join in and have some fun. What's going to be really fun Friday evening is we have the princesses who are going to do a little bit of a spotlight. We have a local entertainer, Knuckles, who does some red dirt country. He's going to perform a little bit. And then we'll have Butter in the Genre, who are out of Oklahoma City. They do jazz, they do covers. And then, of course, everybody's favorite last year, coming back again, we have the drone show, but with a new company this year, brighter drones, faster drones, more displays, and with the help of several sponsors, just an overall better show. And longer show, because it's also going to be interspersed with fireworks this year. You're not going to want to miss it. We didn't have our military parade for the 250th celebration, but this year for the drone show, you're going to see a lot of military themes in there, and it's just fantastic, as well as the Independence Day. We'll be coming back Saturday with just as much energy, actually probably a little bit more. We have Ashes and Arrows, which you saw on America's Got Talent. They'll be right here. They are currently touring. We were able to pick them up with a really great price. They were really great to work with, so we're so excited to have them. Of course, the princesses will be back, everybody's favorite, and then we'll have the largest fireworks show in Southwest Oklahoma. So a few things that I didn't mention, but that are really important to mention. Fort Sill is coming out in force. They have several volunteers that'll be out there. We have the salute cannon that's going to be out there, and I'm working with them to not just, shoot off once to kick things off, but to actually have some more cannon fire going on to highlight parts of the drone show. So it's going to be fantastic. We'll also have military vehicles out there as a static display. So free to come out and experience those things. We'll have over 50 vendors out there. We actually had to turn some vendors away this year. We've had so much of people coming out. And then, of course, another annual favorite that we've had going into the 3 years is our Bounce House Park with just about 20 bounce houses. $5, bounce all day, come out and have fun.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
We can bounce all day for $5?
Bounce all day, $5.
Wow, I want to, that sounds like a lot of fun, and it's real neat that this deal that started that was so great, and the largest gathering of people in Lawton throughout the year is now 2 days. This is about the third or fourth year, 2 days, right?
Yeah, and like I said, we're the only municipality in the state of Oklahoma doing 2 days of entertainment with drone shows and fireworks.
Wow.
That's put on and funded by not just the hotel motel funds, but also the public and sponsors.
And people say there's nothing to do. I don't get it. They need to follow me around a little bit. I'm worn out. And I'm going to have fun 2 days, and that follows Juneteenth.
Yes.
Where I got to eat a bunch of ribs and chicken cooked by different people. And because I had such good ribs and chicken, I don't think I'm going to do the hot dog eating contest.
Well, we have a new team division, so it can be 4 people, so we'll have to put in a notice of possible quorum. Actually, no, 4. No, you wouldn't even have a quorum, so you don't have to do the notice. But we could have a council member versus city leadership division. I'm just going to throw that out there. So, bring it on.
All right, it sounds great. And all the exciting things happening in Lawton Fort Sill, it's a blessing to be here. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Mayor, before we continue, I'd like to make an introduction. Kelvin Ingram, will you come forward, please? Kelvin is our new Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. Come on up, Kelvin. Come on up to the podium. Following a very distinguished career in the Army that culminated with service as a battalion command sergeant major, as well as the Field Artillery, correct me if I say this wrong, but Field Artillery NCOIC Operations Group Joint Readiness Training Center. And that's a mouthful, but what I can tell you, having served myself, is that the Army sends its very best to the training centers, because those are the guys that train units going out the door and deploying. So we're very excited that Kelvin's here, and he's taking up the Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. So with that, Kelvin, take it away.
All right. Mayor, Councilman, and City Manager, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here serving the people of this great city of Lawton, Oklahoma, understanding that our destination is excellence here as well, and we're going to strive to achieve that. But again, thank you for having me. Very motivated and very privileged to be in this position. So again, if there's anything the Parks and Recreation we can do for this fine citizens of this great city. Please let us know. Thank you. Thanks
All
for having
right,
me.
welcome to Lawton Fort Sill. Welcome to the city of Lawton. Okay, and with that, we move on to audience participation. Lawton citizens who have completed a request to speak form or wish to address business not listed on the agenda may step forward at this time. And if you, I'm going to go through these, and we have a whole stack of them tonight, and there is a 30-minute time limit on audience participation, and a 3-minute time limit on each speaker, and a 9-minute time limit on any one subject. With that, I'm going to ask you to please make your way towards the front so we don't have a lot of time wasted walking. You can just sit in these reserved seats on the front, and we're going to go in the order that we received the request. Jeanette Hutchinson. Jeanette, you'll be first, and you have 3 minutes. Okay, can we start her time over? Pardon me? Oh. Okay. All right, 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeanette Hutchinson, and this is my husband, Bishop Hutchinson, and we are with Harvest Plain House of Prayer Church. But tonight, we are here to advocate for the at-risk youth on the east side of Lawton that we have serviced for 2 years with our program, the Chisholm Trail Reading STEM Camp. Our mission is simple. We integrate reading with STEM, because if you cannot read, you cannot do STEM. Our program focused on addressing the critical problem of illiteracy, as well as targeting these at-risk youth that do not have the basic or fundamental reading skills, in addition to promoting critical thinking and also problem solving necessary for STEM. We set an academic basic foundation. This is the only way that these kids will be able to be successful in the STEM-based learning, as well as be prepared to secure STEM-based jobs in the future. How do we do it? We take STEM activities, reading comprehension, as well as pre and post reading research-based assessments that we give our students. This is last year's pre-assessment results. We tested 15 out of 22 students, and the blue represents the answers that were missed, the red represents the answers that were correct. Then our certified teachers, they take this data and they create curriculum that's based from the Oklahoma State standards to target the deficiencies that each student is facing. These are our post-assessment. One student tested and improved over 32%. Overall, we showed 53% improvement with their test scores. We are here because we need funding to continue this work. Our camp starts July the 7th, and we already have 12 students enrolled, and we have a certified staff ready to facilitate them. But we are so grateful for the funding that we received from the YFAC grant last year, but unfortunately this year we were denied because of a misunderstanding of the audit information required. We have presented you with that packet that you can see the results of what we did with the funding last year, as well as an overall summary of what the program's results were. So Council, tonight, we are asking that you would request that the denial decision be reconsidered or provide us with some other funding that we can continue to make an impact in the lives of these children. Thank you.
You had that timing down perfect. You know it? I'm going to ask that somebody get in touch with her and explain what the ordinance says about the procedures that we have to follow with the YFAC funding. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
And right down here, city manager's got a phone number for you. Cindy McIntyre. Cindy, you got 3 minutes.
Well, I really do like the city, but the reasons given for the cancellation of the Army Birthday Parade are problematic. The vague wording of the joint City-Fort Sill statement regarding credible threats and the mayor's letter the following morning only increased the social media disinformation coming from MAGA types. These included threats to run over or shoot protesters. These are the same types of threats received by protest organizers all over the country. They are not unique to Lawton. To quote Mayor Booker, credible intelligence indicated almost certain violence from groups with national ties. Did you mean the No Kings movement? Did you mean the Proud Boys? You weren't clear, Mr. Mayor. These official statements, as well as the histrionic protest alert put out by Fort Sill, only solidified the belief that we, your neighbors and fellow Lawtonians, were the threat. Many social media posts after the cancellation came to exactly that conclusion. The effect has been a dog whistle to those who believe that we deserve harm or condemnation. Whether this was intentional or poorly thought out, that was the result. 5 to 10 million people marched peacefully that day across the country, and the almost certain violence did not materialize. So I wonder if the real threat was that the Army just didn't want to march alongside no stinking protesters. If anyone from the city or the Fort Sill leadership had visited the protest we had to relocate to Shepler Park, you would have seen that we are your neighbors. We are patrons of your businesses. We go to church or respect your right to worship. And some of us wore the uniform of our country. And we vote, and we are definitely not paid by George Soros. More than 150 protesters there told me they were grateful they had the opportunity to speak out as blue dots in a red state. And for the record, we love our military, but we believe their commander-in-chief is like King George III, who was the reason for the American Revolution. Having your fellow citizens protest alongside the Army that gave us that right did not mean Fort Sill agreed with us. If it weren't for a failure of imagination, it should have reflected pride that 250 years ago, the Army gave us a government that enacted the First Amendment to the Constitution. That amendment protects the right of its citizens to peacefully assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. The city and Fort Sill need to be completely transparent about why this decision was made and release the details of the investigation in full when it is completed. And you should just hold the parade anyway, perhaps on Veterans Day. And yes, some of us protesters will definitely be there. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And the next speaker is Mr. Franklin, it looks like. Come on up, Mr. Franklin, and we have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dwight Franklin. I'm here today because I live on at 614 Southwest 26th Street in Lawton, and we've been having a lot of problems with the people with drug-using community that are doing meth over in that area. We call the police a lot, and the police come, and by the time they get there, sometimes the person that has done the thing or has had the violence or fight or whatever, they have disappeared by the time the police can come and make it there. Well, last night we had another incident. And this has been going on for the last 11 years since this one family has just moved on that block. They have domestic abuse going on all the time, child neglect going on all the time, and we've even made complaints about them. We've made some more complaints today as well to other agencies, and we're hoping something else will be done. But like I said, it's been going on for the last 11 years. One of the first incidents that happened is me and the person that, the individual that is the head ringleader of everyone, his son had came in my yard, and we got into an altercation, and I bested him, and I let him go because he was younger than me. And when he got done, he had brass knuckles on, and he swung at me again. And so I said, why would you cheat like that? I just let you go. Well, at that point, he pulled a gun out on me. And When he pulled the gun out on me, I couldn't do anything because I'm disabled and I couldn't move from where I was at. Well, God saved me that moment, and he turned the gun away from me, but he emptied the clip inside of my truck. So he ended up going to jail because of that. So ever since he went to jail because of that, his dad says that we're at war now. So Howard has all type of people coming over all the time. So it's like every friend that he has over there becomes the enemy of our end of the block. So the block is really separated because from 601, 609, and 611, those are the houses that are occupied by those people that are bad. They even had, one of the houses have been squatted in, and have the owners are forced to let the people stay, and the police couldn't remove them. It's something going on every day and all the time. We were just chased last night with a knife by an individual. Police gets there, no one's there, they can't find the suspect, and nothing was done.
Thank you for coming. Somebody will be in touch. I got your phone number here, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Doris Osborne. Osborne, maybe? Am I saying that right, ma'am?
It don't make a difference.
Okay.
Hello, how's everyone doing? My name
Great,
is-
some kind of wonderful, and you got 3 minutes,
Okay. How you doing? My name is Doris. I live at 615 Southwest 26th Street. I woke up one night and I heard something on my roof. Okay, these same people that, it's 2 houses on my street that you know that it's a constant selling of drugs. Well, I don't say anything about them selling the drugs. It's just the people that come in my yard. And when I woke up and they was on the roof of my house, they asked me just to be patient. I've been patient. It's been well over 11 years. I can't even have my grandchildren over because I'm scared if my grandchildren come over, I may even say something that I'm not supposed to say. And I don't want to do that in front of my grandchildren. And not just that, they're in your yard. They stand in the back of your yard. They stand in the front of your yard. They get on your porch. If it's something that they want in your yard, they will come in your yard and get it. And it's just getting to the point to where every time you call the police out, they just say, well, we're going to do something. It's never anything done. And I'm getting to the point I want someone to do something because they're going too far. The point of them selling drugs, I can overlook that. Then they want to come sit in front of your house because a lot of the peoples don't want people to know that they're doing drugs. So they want them to park over on your end. It's like a separation of the block. Okay, they want to park in front of your house so no one can know that they're buying the drugs. Or they'll go as far as to stand in front of your yard, count their drug money. And it's just, I feel like when y'all asked me to, no, you all didn't ask me, but when I was asked to be patient those 11 years ago, I did more than been patient. All I ask is for some help. Help to come on my street to where they don't take over, where I worked hard to provide and buy. And like I say, my grandchildren can't even come over. I don't want my grandchildren to come over in that neighborhood like that. So I'm wanting to know, will I get any help or do I have to just put myself to
I'll tell you what you do. I couldn't read your telephone number, but if you'll stop down here at the manager or clerk and verify your phone number, we'll be in touch.
I sure will. I hope it be answered.
Thank you. And Martina Davis Prudhomme. Martina, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. You wanted me to go? Okay. I'm going to attempt to read my thoughts from this paper so I can be in compliance with rules and policies. I'm here tonight to address the serious concern regarding the Lawton City Prosecutor Office and the Lawton Police Department. I was recently the defendant in a slander case in Comanche County. After the proceeding, I was found not guilty. This verdict is crucial. Despite this clear outcome, I firmly believe that the actions taken by the City Prosecutor Office and the Lawton Police Department in my case constitute an abuse of power. Specifically, charges were pursued without significant evidence. There was clear misconduct during the investigation. This situation has caused significant personal hardship and raises serious questions about the accountability within our city legal and law enforcement department. I am formally requesting that the Lawton City Council launch a thorough and impartial investigation into these allegations of abuse of power. I have a comprehensive documentation and detailed information ready to provide to you all to facilitate your review. Thank you for your time and for prioritizing justice and transparency for the citizens of Lawton.
Okay, and Brenda Rivera? Brenda? Is Brenda here? Okay, and David Reeves? David, you got 3 minutes.
Let's hope for the best. I didn't time this, sorry. Hello, and thank you all for your time today. We have been told to trust the process, and as many of you are aware, across the past 26 months or so, I have been observing the process. And in that time, I have witnessed council policies be revised to shut out county voices, public input meetings being presented as sort of marketing and public relations events, abridged and incomplete accounting of secondary civic organizations, systems of diffusing responsibility used as justification to abdicate the council's responsibilities to their citizens, open hostility to members of the public from time to time, a whole 12 minutes about the Open Records Act and blaming the media for the city's inability to meet its requirements. And of course, of course I have to mess this up. And most recently, the provocative phrasing and vague language in official press releases that, regardless of their intent, only serve to deepen public mistrust and amplify immediate threats to public safety. And of course, there's the industrial development drama that many are familiar with. If time permits, I would like to bring up one of those West Wind elements. In a recent Reuters report, the CEO was quoted as saying that they were facing closure unless the Biden-era Green New Deal policies were reinstated, the subsidies. But to the local news, they released a statement that they had penned an agreement with a Turkish firm called Golden Age FEZ, and a look into that firm there's not a lot of information, but their import-export logs show that, excluding 2 Canadian firms, all of their business contracts are in the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, and the Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. And I will not speculate as to why there has been this sort of repeated thing, but...
David, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you for coming.
Yep, for sure. Let me just finish by saying that the conclusion there is that either they lied to the city or the city has lied to us.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Donlin, what number was it?
32.
Okay, we're going to jump up to 32. Consider adopting a resolution determining that an improvement district for the Willow Springs condominium townhouse neighborhood is necessary for the replacement of the water mains and directing the city engineer and/or public utilities director to prepare preliminary plans and estimate the cost of the proposed district. Cindy.
Sorry, I wasn't quite prepared. Let's see. Okay.
A break. Christie, I'm sorry.
Christy, Charlotte, Cindy, I think it happens to all of us. It's okay.
I got it somewhere.
It's not the first time, it won't be the last time I've heard it. That's okay. This is the area we're discussing tonight. This is Willow Springs condominium and Willow Springs townhouses. It's on 67th Street, just south of the creek there, so that'd be just south of Cash Road. It's a townhouse district condo association that currently has private water line loop, and that feeds all of their residents. It was probably built back in the 80s, and so after some recent needed repairs, some segment replacements, Dan came to us, he's the president of the association, looking for options for replacement of these water lines. They can't afford to do it themselves. They have looked into loans. They've exhausted all options as far as how to replace these water lines to make sure that the residents keep having water service. So he met with us, Public Utilities, we were all involved, and we presented him the option of a possible improvement district. So how an improvement district works, there's a long state statute, there's several resolutions, ordinances, but we'll get into that later. But basically, the city would pay for the upfront cost using the OWRB, the Oklahoma Resources Board, State Revolving Fund, to pay for the improvements. And then over a set amount of years, we would assess every property owner in there, a set amount of money that would repay the city back. So within 10 to 15 years, the city would recoup its money that we put up front to pay for these improvements. This neighborhood has 65 property owners. They did file a petition, an official petition with the clerk's office to start this process. And we did validate that it was signed off by 65% of the property owners that make the recommendation to move forward with this. So tonight, we're just looking at bringing this to you to see if you think that this is an option for them to move forward. Again, this is a kind of a lengthy process. There's 5 resolutions that have to be passed, a couple ordinances, a couple public hearings. So this is just the first step moving forward. Is this is something that we want to, start investigating for them? You would direct staff tonight to start putting together some of the costs and stuff like that to get the ball rolling.
I sure think this is an improvement district is a great tool to use financing for lots of things. In this particular case, is public utilities, or become public utilities.
They would become public utilities at the end, yes, sir.
And that way we understand the fire flow, and and if it breaks, we fix it instead of, we've had a number of problems across this, some of it outside the city, where our water lines break and they can't afford to fix them. So I kind of like the idea of going forward myself, and I'm impressed that 65% of residents said yes. And does it have to be 51%?
Yes, sir. It has to be 51 to be considered a legitimate, I guess, petition. So yeah, 65% as well. Even if you take off the 4 LLCs that were part owners, they're still above that 51% by quite a bit.
Okay, Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to comment that I really like the idea, and I hope that other groups and neighbors, and whenever they want a sidewalk or another, something that they want in their neighborhood that the city can't just do, I think that they should look at this. This is just water lines, though, right?
Yes, this is just water lines. We did discuss streets, but the cost is just astronomical, where fitting it into that annual assessment for everyone would just be too much and just take too much time. So they've opted to just go after the water line at this time and to get that improvement replaced, and then they'll worry about the streets, at another day.
Are the sewers public, or are they also private?
The sewers are also private, I believe. Rusty? They're private. Yeah.
And that was my only comment. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew this is a great deal, but it's not going to solve all the problems. But
There are short sewer services coming from their facilities before they reach the public main. It's very short distances.
Council, I get a motion for them to keep moving forward on this.
move to direct staff to move forward.
We have a second. Discussion. Let's vote. Motion carries 7-0, and we're going to take a 7-minute break.
Mayor, Donna Lynn wanted me to, she brought this up while we were doing presentations. When we get to consent, we have 2 consent on the addendum too. So I don't know how you want to do that. If you want to tell Randy, or whoever makes the motion, if you want to do them separate.
We'll just do them when we get there.
Okay.
Okay. 7:52. Excuse me.
That's all right. Sir, how you doing, man?
Doing okay.
Good for you. Shut these old bones. Oh, speaking of old
Excuse me just a minute. Council, please return to your seats. Okay, we're missing one. Okay, we're back and we're going. Now, we're all the way up to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, I have no request to pull anything for discussion.
Council, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up unfinished business, discuss proposed amendments to the city charter to be submitted to the voters in an election on September 9, 2025, and provide direction to staff as deemed necessary. Council?
Mayor? Before we get into that, can we have Mr. Sparks come up and introduce himself?
I forgot. Thank you. I was sitting up here and I was like asking everybody, who's that big guy back there? I don't recognize him. Well, it's Jason Sparks with the Oklahoma Department of Corrections, which is also direction, right? And sir, what do you have to tell us?
There it is. It's got to be the red button, right? Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Jason Sparks. I'm the Chief Operations for the Oklahoma Department of Corrections. I just wanted to stop by and to make myself available to anyone that has any questions about the state of Oklahoma or the upcoming us taking over operations at the Lawton Correctional Center here. It'll be July 25th. We plan on taking operations over from a GEO group.
And do you expect that the employment will stay about the same and the prison population about the same, or what?
So yes, sir. First off, on the employment, everybody that is employed there now that's not contract, right? That is the actual employee of the GEO group and that passes a background will be offered a job.
Okay.
And then
So-
on the inmate population size, it'll stay similar. It'll range from what it is right now to a couple hundred more or less. It'll stay well below the capacity there, which is over 2,600.
Okay, very good. Council, do you have questions? All right.
All right, feel free to contact me.
All right.
if you don't have any questions.
Thank you so much for coming, Jason. Okay, now back to item 25. Council, it was probably February that we started to do this, and then we had some other things going on, and I actually don't remember what it was, but we decided to put it off. And so you've had these, this hasn't changed except to group some of them together that could be put into one change. Is that right, Don Lynn?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Everything on the list that has to do with True North and providing for the citizens, efficiency, trust and transparency, we'll put together as one proposition.
Okay, and what we're asking you to do, we certainly have time. This is a discussion item, but we actually want to come back, and we actually had 3 opportunities for people to speak. Nobody signed up to speak tonight, but there'll be another opportunity to speak and then a final opportunity. Donlin, can you tell us when those are?
Yes, sir. So outside of tonight, on Friday, the interim city attorney and myself will be here from 4 to 5:30 to hear from citizens on proposed changes to the charter. And then on July 1st, we'll have a special council meeting to talk about charter changes once again that citizens can speak at.
Okay, so that's 3 total opportunities to speak, with this one now being passed. And what we're asking you to do, of course, discussion now is certainly the thing, but we do think we need to probably limit it to 4 items. And the reason is you get voter fatigue if you have too many, and you could do this every year if you feel like you've got things you want the citizens to vote on. So, wasn't it 4 that you told me we did on the last ballot?
Yes, sir, it was 4.
Okay, so probably, I think that's probably a pretty good idea. And I hope you've had time to look over these. Are there any questions at this time? And if not, we need to come back prepared to say what our top 4 is and try to narrow it down. Any comments today?
I would just make the comment that it's, having gone through this once at least, maybe more than that, it's really important. This is the opportunity to make a change. And generally, in the past, the ones that I remember from the past have all been positive changes that have positively impacted citizens and the way their government works for them. I just think it's important that we take the time and look at that because it's not something that we can come back and change on the run as a council. It's something that has to go to a vote of the people. And we can do it once a year if we needed to, but you're going to have to time it with another election. But so we need to make the best of it while we can.
Some of the things mentioned here, as Don Lynn said, have to do with the True North statement. There's also one where you could have a transition period where the new mayor-elect could couldn't get that out. Could shadow the existing mayor before they leave for 45 days. This one on the second page is new, has to do with establish and maintain service level standards and performance metrics. Actually, that's going to be a policy coming. Some of these things can be handled by policy. That probably can all be handled by policy, but you need to, if you want to know that they're going on till the citizens change it, they need to be amendments. There's also a request to go for one regularly scheduled meeting. It doesn't mean we couldn't have two, but in November and December, we could do one if necessary. There's one about the city council liaison position. Number 3.1, the mayor shall be the chief executive and administrative officer of the city government. That's not right. I'm not administrative officer. So that's a misprint there. Responsible for the fostering the true north. You shall have no administrative duties. Okay, so that, I don't know where that came from. Did somebody submit that or what?
Yeah, I think it's just a typo from the submission.
Okay, all right. Because I don't, and I'm sure the next mayor doesn't want administrative duties. The city manager shall implement citizen service metrics. We're going to be doing some of this by policy in the next 60 days for sure. Okay, I like this section 5.1 on this third page, I think it is, where that we add with the city manager's job. It has to do with focus on efficiency, transparency, and delivering world-class customer service. Faithful, okay, this insurance one's important because what the charter currently directs is not available in the market. Is that correct? Maybe I'm
Yeah, you're correct. So the charter currently states, I think it's a bond that's required. That's a very outdated practice. Insurance is the more up-to-date thing to do.
Okay, and, all right, so that one's almost got to make it your cut of, I hope what you'll do is limit it to 4. The 11-1 looks like more of the True North. Now, what I don't see on here is term limits. And while I certainly don't intend to run again, I have travel on my mind. Term limits are something I don't understand. The citizens have the opportunity to limit your term every time you run. And so I don't understand term limits.
I thought we were going to have them on there. That was my understanding. I didn't see.
To remove term limits?
No, yeah, to remove them. That was my preference. And I won't live long enough to let it bother me.
Well, yes, Randy?
I'd say a couple things about term limits. Echoing what the mayor said, I won't be running again. There's two, and one of these probably isn't the best example, but it's the example that I use. You know, if the people of Massachusetts wanted Teddy Kennedy to be their representative for 100 years, that's their right. That's what they should be able to do. Is it right? Was it a good idea? Probably not. But that's their choice. You know, the people of Ward 8, if they want somebody to be in there for 12 years and then they get mad at them and kick them out, that's the way it should be. You shouldn't be able to be happy with your representative and somebody else get to tell you that you can't have that representative anymore. Again, I'm going to say that I don't have any plans and will not ever run for city council again. But if you look at Southwest Oklahoma, we used to be a very powerful entity. At the advent of term limits, our power left. And now the state is run by Tulsa and Oklahoma City, which, again, may or may not be a good thing. But we did lose all of our power, and it was simply because we lost all that aged knowledge and experience. And the other thing, and I don't mean to get after staff, but another good example about the state of Oklahoma that also transmits down to the local level is that when you have term limits, council doesn't run anything, staff runs it. Council isn't around long enough to understand how it works. If you look at Oklahoma City, that's who runs the state legislature. It's staff. Because the people that we vote in don't last long enough to actually get anything accomplished, or much accomplished, or as much as they used to get accomplished. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I'm for getting rid of term limits. Not for me.
So, you know, my one deal on here, I'd like for the staff to put together a section that removes the term limits.
I'm going to make that
Now,
motion.
the thing is, I almost want to wait till I'm gone, because I can already see the yo-yos on Facebook. Did I say that?
You shouldn't have.
Saying that we're going to run again, because I have no intention of, and I'm pretty sure the councilwoman from Ward 1's not going to let me. So we might consider waiting and letting them do it later, but I'd like to see the staff draw up the section so the council can decide.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to make this list and delete term limits on it.
Do I have a second? Oh, do you have a second for Mr. Warren? Please vote. Okay, motion carries 6-1. Now, are there any other things you want to talk about here? And I think if not, what we need to do is come back with what four you'd like to see and be prepared to discuss them all. And that's when, the next council meeting?
Be July 1st.
Okay, July 1, special meeting. We got to do that to meet the deadline for the ballot, right?
Yes, sir.
And if we don't meet the deadline for the ballot, it probably needs to be put off because we have to pay for these elections. We're already paying for this election, so the cost would be minimal, right?
Correct. Yeah, if we don't put it off to do another election, you're looking at about $30,000 to $40,000.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this? Any other additions? Seeing none, I'm going to move on. We've jumped around so much, I hope you're keeping up with this. I'm on 29, is that right? Yes, sir. Consider ratifying the action of the Lawton Youth Sports Trust Authority to approve entering into a lease agreement with Lawton Public Schools for the use of land for the proposed sports complex. Said ratification contingent upon LPS also approving the lease. Brian Henry.
Good morning. Good evening. Just to break it up a little bit, right? Lawton Youth Sports Trust Authority is bringing forward a request for you to ratify the lease agreement that we have agreed with Lawton Public Schools. It will be on their July board agenda. They have already approved the concept, actually approved an earlier draft of it. So we're bringing back the final copy. We're bringing the final copy to you all for your consideration. I'll spare you the reading of everything in it, the important pieces of it. It's a 55-year lease with a renewing option for the trust authority for an additional 55 years. The only cause for Lawton Public Schools to break the lease is a default on our part, and there are stipulations in there that would do that, but don't see any of that happening, obviously. It is, it is a contract that will require the Lawton Public School Board to approve any improvements we make on the property, which we plan on doing that. On the lease terms, there is a rent described in the lease that you saw that is calculated based on the value and a cap rate, but the agreement with Lawton Public Schools would be for the entire district would have access to the facility for a minimum of 602 hours, which somebody said, why didn't you round that to 600? Because it worked out real math. The lease contract, based on what we anticipate leasing the courts for, or renting the courts for, worked out to 602 hours in a fiscal year. Just like they have priority for their facilities today that we use, we would have priority for the facility here. The conversations with Superintendent Heim have already generated multiple ideas for ways to partner with this that could bring statewide level tournament play. One example in our meeting was a wrestling tournament, the size of a Geary type tournament, not a three-way or a duel. There are some unique benefits in here for us as well. We do have 36 months to complete construction before any rent would start. Our plans right now are we could build the facility in 15 months. Some of the other pieces in there are 4 outs for us in the first 9 months after this is signed that give us the exit capability of the contract if our site studies determine that the soil is not buildable. That work is already done. That stuff is in the labs. There's no anticipated problem with that. If we can't get zoning or zoning exceptions for what we want to build, or if we can't get financing lined up. So if anything, any of those cause us to stop the project in the first 9 months, we can get out of this with no obligation. A key component of this that's in here is this is not considered an obligation of the City of Lawton. It is an obligation of the Trust Authority. Be happy to answer any questions for you.
I do have a question. I thought initially when we discussed this that, and maybe I heard you wrong too, but the land, the school land that we were going to use, the school system would have the right to use the improvements, whatever they may be, of the whole complex. And by doing that, we would have that land lease where we weren't paying rent. Are we going to pay rent for that land now?
No, that's what I just covered. There is a rent that's stipulated in there, and it has to be in case we don't make the hours available, then we got to pay the rent. So no, there won't be rent paid as long as we make it available. And there's a difference between available and actual use. It's not whether they use it 600 hours. We have to make it available for them to use for 600 hours in a fiscal year.
which we plan to do.
Easily,
Yes, okay, thank you.
yeah.
Council?
I'd make a motion that we approve, but I'd also like to thank Brian again for all his work. This has been as I continue to say, it's been a monumental task for him. If nothing else, but having to read my emails. He's done a really, really wonderful job. He's dealt with this issue, with the other land issue, with the two land issues before that. This is going to sew up the land issues, and then we can just move forward with getting ready for construction and get this thing built. Because I want to say one more thing, and I don't want to take a lot of time, but I'm going to start this mantra, and it's going to continue on as long as I'm here, probably. But my wife and I were in Fredericksburg, Texas, and we're sitting at a stoplight. And I'm looking, if you've not been to Fredericksburg, it's a little bitty town. There's nothing there, really. And there's like 5,000 people walking down the sidewalk, and they all have a sack in their hand. And I started thinking, we need a program in Lawton, Oklahoma called Tax in Sacks, because that's how you move forward with programs. When this facility is finished, it's not just going to provide a place for our children and our adults to go and play sports and exercise and all those things. It's going to bring people from all over the state and all over the region. And those people are going to put tax in sacks. They're going to stay at the hotel rooms. They're going to go and eat at the restaurants. They're going to go to Dick's, and they're going to go to Academy, and they're going to go to all these places, and they're going to buy things, and all that tax money is staying right here. And we'll be able to use that tax money for other things. So tax in sacks, I'm telling you.
By the way, did you ever get the software from the chamber to start doing the economics?
I've only had an opportunity to play with it for just a second, but
Okay, and what that's all about is to show that not only the council, but the whole city, the economic benefit that sports complexes across the states are bringing to their city by holding these tournaments that they keep talking about. And the numbers of people that attend these events, be ready to be blown away by the number of people and the amount of money that comes into a community from them. There is an economic development piece to this that's very important. Now, did you make a motion?
I have one thing to
You have what?
Just real quick, one thing to add. It also includes an option to purchase. I don't
It
think
does.
Brian mentioned that. So it either the end of the 55-year term or the second term, the authority would have the ability to purchase, the first option to purchase the land. And because council has to ratify this action, it will take a 2/3 vote.
Okay, 2/3 vote today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we had a motion, and do we have a second? We do have a second. Discussion? Please vote. Motion carries. Is that 2/3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the math worked out. Item 30, receive an update from the Lawton Youth Sports Trust Authority regarding the sports facility complex, the Plex, and provide any necessary direction, including discussion and potential council selection of a logo for the facility. Brian.
While Donna Lynn is bringing up the packet I sent over to her, I just want to give you a brief update on where the programming sits and to start to drive home some of the point that Councilman Warren and the mayor has talked about. So we are pretty much signed up through another year of youth sports. 238 teams participated this year, 3,376 participants. that eclipses our record number from last year. It's a 15% growth year over year, and it's a 56% growth since 2022. 2022 is when we hired Play Lawton or ESM Sports to take over the youth programming. It's working. This last winter, we had 96 teams participating in winter sports that we had to beg and borrow facilities from Lawton Public Schools, churches, Fort Sill, and anywhere that had a rim and a roof over it to get people to play and practice their sport. 1,171 participants, up 37% since 2022. We just finished up our softball signups, baseball signups for the summer. Huge increase there, and partly, right, numbers can tell sometimes what you want it to tell, so I will preface it by low numbers last year because it was our first year doing it, but participation in the summer sports is up 113% in softball and baseball. So tag along with that. Our general manager for the Play Lawton group has been trying to get a tournament off the ground for a few months, actually. When you don't run tournaments, people don't look for them. So you have to post, and you get 2 or 3 teams sign up in each age division, and then you have to try again. We held our first set of the tournament, 2-weekend tournament. Last weekend, softball was played. We had 6 10U teams in town. I say in town, I'll give you that detail. Participate. We also had our first ever MLB pitch, hit, and run event. So I remember punt, pass, and kick when I was a kid. 79 participants in the pitch, hit, and run. This weekend is the baseball side of this tournament. We have 6 T-ball, 4 8U, 5 10U for a total of 15 teams. That's 21 teams over the last 2 weekends, counting the one coming up. 7 of those teams are not from Lawton. They're not from Oklahoma City yet, but they're not from Lawton. So when they drive into town, they're probably not driving home until the tournament's over. Money will be spent in town. So that begins to tell some of that story. Wow, she fancied it up for me too. Wow. Thank you, Donald. So look, I thought it would be good with this discussion to kind of reset and make sure everybody understood where all of the land's at, right? So the road on the bottom, East Core Boulevard, road on the right, Northeast 45th Street, that's MacArthur and High School and Middle School on the right, just outside of the red line. The red line indicates, especially with what happened tonight, what I am terming that the Trust Authority has control over. And we'll work out the details with the city on the rest of that land that we're pretending we got control over right now, right? The good news about some of the headache that Councilman Warren talked about on the other land, we were going to spend $1 million on 86 acres. We now have control of 120 acres for $300,000, given that we will not have to pay the lease payments because of the use agreement. So I just want to make sure everybody had a perspective of where we're at. So then I thought, let's get into the detail because I'm a detail kind of guy. This is the sign at what is now known as Eastside Park. That's about halfway up the road. You begin to see the park unveil. And then this is what we envision right now is where the building will be built. So close to the road so we can knock off Chickasha Envy off of our to-do list, and then building the outdoor fields behind it as we progress. And then if you didn't know or never been on that side of town, there is a playground there. And all the discussions we've had with Mr. Parks is that there's still a plan to put a splash pad out there, so all of that would be incorporated into all of this planning. So we have spent quite a bit of time in where do we go from a marketing, branding, and how do we make this a Lawton destination spot. When I literally tell you we went over 20 to 30 options, we did. And ironically, we came back to what I would think is more simple, direct, but has some marketing context to it. I've gotten to know Claude. Mr. Warren, thank you. So Claude has helped with some of the concepts of these, as well as Eastern Sports Management donating their marketing department to help us develop this. So the idea is to call the building Play Lawton Sportsplex. We want the Play Lawton in there because, as I have shown you in the numbers, Play Lawton is starting to take root. People know what Play Lawton is now. The Sportsplex comes from the idea of what happens in it, sports, and then Plex is complex, right? So Play Lawton Sports Complex. My belief, in having done this for 15 years with my kids, is people are going to call it one thing, and we think it's going to be Plex, which is why the X is like that with the arrow kind of signifying motion forward and motion in general. So this was voted on by the Trust Authority last Thursday, and as you see on the bottom of there, we're giving the acknowledgement to the McMahon Foundation for their $3 million contribution to the project. Then we thought, we've got to do something with the name of the park itself. Eastside Park has been around for a while, but I don't know that there's any tie to it other than it's a side of town. As we have learned in all of the things we do, when you talk about East Side, the West Side gets mad. When you talk about the West Side, the East Side gets mad. When you talk about the middle, the other two get mad, right? So we want to remove the East Side connotation from the park itself and give it an identifying and tying name to our community, which is Lawton Fort Sill. It was important to us to add the Fort Sill to it because it brings the history of the post and how Lawton got started in general. So when people are looking up for where do I go to play a tournament, Lawton Fort Sill will be known. East Side really doesn't give us that designation. I'm just proving to people, Councilman Gill, that I'm not favoring the East Side, right? And then, I added in there, funded by Propel 2040, right? So just putting a little thought in your head there. The colors, the red is the city colors. So Play Lawton adopted the city colors, and I think Caitlin even has the number and can order the colors today. And then the blue was added to it as well. So it still fits with the color scheme that Play Lawton uses now, and it's identifiable to the city itself. That was a very short presentation on how we got to names, logos, colors. That probably took about 3 weeks of slides and slides and slides and ideas and ideas and ideas by our subcommittee. So our idea today is, if it behooves you, to give approval for both the logos, the two logos, and the naming of those, the area and the facility. We did leave out the athletic fields, we're calling them right now, because we think that needs to be developed a little bit, and maybe somebody will drop a load of money in our hands and their name will go on it. I will add, it's part of an update, right? We did submit a TSET grant for their legacy program, but we're trying to help fund this. It's I think we have an attractive and wonderful opportunity with them.
Again, I want to thank Brian, and I'll make a motion that we accept the colors, the logos, and the descriptions. Job well done.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Can I give you one last update, sir?
Yes.
Thursday, we have our architects coming into town that will deliver final design concept for us. And in hopes that we can move this along, I have asked our trustees to move our meeting to July the 7th so that our full trust authority could approve the design concept, and if everything goes right, scope of work for the entire area. And I would love to bring that back to council on the 8th if possible.
It's pretty tight. We'll do everything we can accommodate, but we'll visit about it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. We're anxious to get going. Thank you. Brings up item 31, hold a public hearing to receive any citizen recommendations or concerns about the upcoming FFY 2025 Annual Action Plan, AAP, and consider approving a draft version of the FFY 2025 AAP. Charlotte, I got that right.
I've been called worse, so it's fine. It's good. Christy and I are interchangeable most days. So we're bringing to you the annual action plan. It's an annual item that we have to approve every year in order to get our CDBG and home funding. This action plan was presented to the Homeless Action Committee. According to the project list that we have, we're not specifying the amount that our public service organizations get. We've just got a line item that says maximum of 15% of the grant for the CDBG PSOs. We will be bringing an amendment to the annual action plan and the con plan here in a few months to make some changes that have been brought to our attention, but we do want to get this approved so that we can get it submitted this evening.
Okay, so I have a few questions.
Okay.
One is, what is HAD delivery?
What did you say? It's housing activity delivery. So the D is redundant, but that's what pays for two of our personnel that handle our home rehabs.
That pays for personnel to handle whole home rehab?
Rehabs, and then the emergency repairs and the exterior.
Which is under home projects.
Yes.
And I have a problem there because the city has not been very good at managing these, and the loss to the city has been in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And what are some options for that besides whole home
So the whole home rehabs that we typically handle are not purchasing an empty house and flipping it, for lack of a better term. The whole home rehabs that we typically handle are owner-occupied structures that meet the low income, middle income thresholds that HUD puts out. The emergency home repairs, the exterior home improvement plans, those are the projects that HUD says that we excel at. And so those are the ones that we stick to.
So the whole home repairs that we're not very good at managing, that have cost us money, which line item do they fall under?
If we're talking about the Great Plains ones, those were Chodos.
That's not the only ones we
the one on
had a
Cherry.
problem with.
The one on Cherry, that was before my time, but
Would it have been the whole?
no, it was not a whole home. It was actually going to be a construction project for a first-time home buyer, but they were going to actually sell the home. It was going to be a purchase project, and that's not a project that we have in our list of projects anymore.
Okay, so which one of those line items does the home repair that we've been not good at managing fall under?
It doesn't fall under any of these that are listed. We don't.
You do not have
We
a
do not.
line item
Correct.
where we can have the problem that we've had the past few years?
Correct, yes.
We're not doing that problem.
Yes, and I spoke with the city manager today, and we're going to come up with a policy to put into place, a council policy, or an admin policy, I believe is what John said, to put into place to make sure that that doesn't occur in the
Okay, so
future.
when is the deadline for this to be filed?
Today.
And can we apply for an extension?
Yes,
And are extensions typically granted?
yes.
Tell me why you came up with this deal. I mean, why $240,000 for whole home rehabilitation instead of something else? And, you know, I don't really get totally the separation of CDBG and home, but I like this exterior housing and emergency repairs for people. I mean, if what we're trying to do is keep people from going homeless, and we're also trying to clean up our town by helping people with some home repairs. I kind of like that better than,
I don't disagree with you, but the exterior home improvements in both of those items are under CDBG, and all of that money that we had to pay back went into home. So the whole home repairs, the $240,000 was basically for the process. We had to put that $484,000 that we had to pay back into the system for this year. So the two items that, and we can move those around, but the two items where we put them was in the whole home rehabilitations and the, let's see, the
okay, let's go
Well,
at this
to be-
way. Let's go at this way. What is our risk in what you've presented here? Where's our risk? Because we've paid out a significant amount of money over the past several years for not doing our part of the contract with HUD. Now, what is the risk to the citizens of Lawton in this proposal? Am I asking the right question? Somebody
think
help
I
me out here.
understand
Every
the
one of you
question.
know where I'm trying
I
to go.
think I understand the question. But I don't believe there is a great deal of risk in this. The only, I mean, every one of the items that we talked about. Now, one of the items, I guess the greatest risk would maybe be CHODOs, but even CHODOs are mandated. So we have not done any CHODO construction in the last, I think we've got CHODO set aside going back to 2017. So we have to do a CHODO project. But I don't even think there's risk in that because it'll be for transitional housing for homeless. So people that are working into getting to a place where they can own a home. So I think
Is CHODO redo? Is it the redo? What's it stand for?
it's a community housing development organization. And that's what a CHODO is, and that's somebody else coming in. And the two CHODOs that we have in town right now are Family Promise, and they're basically, they've got a project in mind that would, I think would be a good project, but it's got to be vetted by the council and construction. And, I don't want to do any projects that are large that the council's not 100% on board for. So, but we do have to do CHODOs. That's part of the program. It's a mandatory 15% per year for set aside.
Let me say this, Mayor, the whole home rehabilitation that's on here under the home, they're maxed out at $40,000. That's all that we can spend on each house. So the bids usually come in at $35,000, and then we have a $5,000 change order availability. So we wouldn't spend $240,000 on one house. And we can typically manage 3 to 4 of those whole home rehabs a year. But we have enough money in there for 6, but with the timing and with the constraint of staff, we would probably only be able to do 3 or 4.
They're big projects. They take several months. But we've never had to repay a dime on whole home rehabs.
That's one of the projects that HUD says we're really good at.
What line, okay, and the
That's
line
the-
item that we had to repay all the money is not on there anymore.
Correct.
We aren't touching them.
No, we're not touching it, and that's why we're going to put together a policy.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How'd you come up with this division? And if I was to ask you, how this is the best bang for the buck, this division, would you be able to answer that? Now, I'm not trying to trip you up, and I wish you guys would have called me. I'm going to tell you, Don Lynn plugged into artificial intelligence the websites with all this, home and CDBG, and ask it for a plan. You correct me if I get this wrong. Ask it for a plan that would address homelessness and homelessness issues without increasing homelessness. Because many communities increase their homeless population when they're trying to actually help people, which is unfortunate. And it gave us a breakdown. And I'm wondering if we have time to look at that, apply for an extension, look at that breakdown, and answer the question, are we getting the best bang for the buck for the citizens? I know it's federal money, but we all paid that federal money in, right? What's your thoughts of that?
I mean, I don't see a problem with asking for an extension and looking at what Donna Lynn has come up with. I wasn't aware that she'd done that, or I would have requested that already.
Well, we were going to talk about it at the next Homeless Action Committee, but that would be a little late if we were to pass this tonight.
But we are planning on coming back to do an amendment because we have to add the projects that have been discussed for the agreement with the Dr. Griffin in Oklahoma City. We have to do an amendment to the con plan and the annual action plan. And then we are planning on coming back with the new con plan process will be starting in July because that 5-year plan is due for an upgrade.
So now you just said we can approve it and amend it.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the approach we should take.
Yeah, because we do have to do 30-day notice for any amendments or changes or anything to it. So that's
Okay.
that's what our plan is.
Okay, I'd like a motion, I mean, I'm not trying to cut discussion, but I'd like a motion to approve this.
You have to hold a public hearing.
Oh, I got to, okay.
Yep.
Okay, at this time, I open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. I don't think anybody's left. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I'd like to get a motion to pass this with the anticipation of further study and the potential of an amendment. And I'd like that in a motion because I don't want any action on this until we have reviewed it. Got a motion and a second? Discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
thank you.
Number 33, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to stormwater and floodplain management, amending sections 19A21202, 19A21203, 19A21205, 19A21206, 19A21207, 19A21208, 19A21209, 19A21211, 19A21212, 19A21213, in Division 19A21, Section 19A22222, in Division 19A22, and Sections 19A23231, 19A23233, in Division 19A23, and Section 19A24242, in Division 19A24, all in Article 19A2, Chapter 19A, Lawton City Code 2015, by updating section titles to correctly correlate to the content, adding definitions, adding responsibilities for the city engineer, defining the size for accessory structures, creating penalties for noncompliance, providing for codification, severability, and establishing an effective date. Michael.
Greetings, Mayor, Council. This particular code was in February. We had a community assistance visit from FEMA. They looked over our stormwater code, and they said that we need to do these changes in order to meet our National Flood Insurance Program. So these are the changes that they recommend, or that they recommended. But if we don't pass these changes, then we will not qualify under the NFIP program.
Council.
If we don't qualify under that program, what does it limit us?
So we are, at that point, we no longer have the mandatory, or the, not mandatory, we no longer have the guaranteed flood insurance from FEMA for residents that are in floodplains, and then we would also no longer qualify for said discounts for that flood insurance.
And this will still meet the qualifications that the federal set up when they came through here in about 85 and set all these flood boundaries, floodway, floodplain, all that. We're still in compliance with all of that, I'm sure.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve the ordinance, read the title only.
An ordinance pertaining to stormwater and floodplain management, amending sections 19A2, 1202, 19A2, 1203, 19A2, 1205, 19A2, 1206, 19A2, 1207, 19A2, 1208, 19A2, 1209, 19A2, 1211, 19A2, 1212, 19A2, 1213, in Division 19A21, Section 19A22222, in Division 19A22, and Sections 19A23231, 19A23233, in Division 19A23, and Section 19A24242, in Division 19A24, all in Article 19A2, Chapter 19A, Lawton City Code 2015, by updating the section titles to correctly correlate to the content, adding definitions, adding responsibilities for the city engineer, defining the size for accessory structures, creating penalties for noncompliance, providing for codification, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 34, consider awarding a contract to Total Demolition Services LLC in the amount of $120,510 for the demolition of the property located at 1702 Southwest N.H. Jones Avenue. John.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This property was declared dilapidated back on May 28, 2024. Donalyn, do you have that slideshow I sent you? Okay. This structure has become a detriment to life and safety for the citizens of Lawton. We have been working with the state of Oklahoma to help us with the process to demo the structure. A total of 3 bids came back, with the total demolition being the lowest at $120,510. This is strictly to award for the demolition contract to tear down the building and remove the debris. We have spoken to the demolition contractor to save around 300 to 400 bricks to help us make a memorial for this great area of Lawton. Any questions?
John, you have anything on this? You good to go?
How many bids did we get on this?
We had a total of 3 bids.
John, could you add a little bit more? Because there'd been some discussion last time about a potential memorial. Can you add to that?
Absolutely, sir. So we have reached out to the property owner of this, and the property owner does not want us to build any type of memorial that is going to help to basically be built to recognize Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Harkey, Lemuel Harkey, which was the principal of the Dunbar School. Me and Larry and city management have spoken and have talked about with the contractors to save 300, 400 bricks, where we can make a memorial over there at Harkey Park to help memorialize the person that Dunbar was named after and the principal that was over the school as well.
And who would pay for that? The owners?
We would try to garner funds through the Preservation Committee, and lastly, move it through Park and Rec, the Park and Rec Commission, Mr. Mayor, to see if we could garner funds to erect it. But they did agree to save bricks for us to actually do it, so that would help with some of the funding.
Has there been any conversation about allowing people who went to school there to get a brick or something like that I know I have one from my hometown because our school was torn down and it had some kind of emblem in it, or you could sell it. What are you saying?
Said I didn't want one for my school.
That is
I don't
actually
know,
a
it's
great
just
idea.
an idea, if there's a lot of people, I know that was
That's
the
a great
first
idea, ma'am.
place when that I worked as a young bride into Lawton, Oklahoma, was that school.
It's a great idea.
I don't really know what to do with that idea. They agreed to save so many bricks. Those are needed to build something. Now you're changing the bid. Am I right? Would that change the bid, or would they just save us more bricks?
No, go ahead. We actually.
So we can talk to the contractor, we actually put that in there, and they have agreed just to basically when they tear down when they start doing the demo, they were actually going to take a backloader, whatever it is, to actually separate the bricks and put them over to the side for us.
Okay, and so does the city going to end up trying to get their money back by taking possession of the land, or what?
Well, there's a possibility that we could enter down or go down a similar road that we went down with the nursing home, but the city attorney would address that. But yes, we will be filing judicial actions to recoup cost.
We would be?
Yes, because it's a very expensive demolition.
And then if we ended up with the property, we would sell it for less, I doubt that we'd get what we have in it.
Probably not, but we could at least get something back from if we just attach the lien, that's, all that's going to ensure is the property never sells.
Yeah, and the neighborhood can use revitalization. So, council? Yes, Ms. Williams.
Yes, I would definitely, you were saying a monument over in the Dunbar Park. I would definitely be in agreement with that. And I know a lot of the citizens out there would like to see that also. That's my old school. That's what first school I went to, Head Start. And talking to some of the constituents out there, they would like to see something in remembrance of that school. So I am in agreement with you talking about a monument as far as being in the Dunbar Park.
Yes, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. There are people that are at my church that I can't remember, it's been several years, but they had a reunion of the children that actually attended that school. All of them are getting elderly. But Larry and I were talking just a little bit earlier about that, and I get him in contact with some of those people that had that reunion, which I'm pretty sure, they might like a brick or something in that. There's been many efforts since I've been on council to try to revitalize the school, and with all the asbestos abatement and other issues, the funding hasn't been got together. One of the families, a group of ladies, worked on that probably for about 15 years and just finally gave up the ghost on trying to do something with that school. It is no doubt, it is a mark of history in our city, being, I think, the first black school in the city. So no doubt memorializing it is something that I fully support. And, we've been trying, I've been trying to help the black community here in Lawton to memorialize some of its history as we move forward. We've got the Johnson House on the National Registry, which they are thrilled about, and I think all Latonians should be thrilled about. So this being another mark, in the Bible, King David, every time something significant happened with him and the Lord, he would build an altar to remember. And I think that this would be a good mark and a great idea to pursue to mark this time and memorialize this building that means a lot to a lot of the citizens here in Lawton. So I'm in full support of looking at alternatives. I think that's a viable thing that Councilwoman Chapman.
Okay, I don't think I've heard a motion. Ms. Williams, this is your ward. Would you like the courtesy of making a motion?
I motion. I make a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
I do have a second. Discussion. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 35, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to nuisances by amending section 15.2204, Article 15.2, Chapter 15, Lawton City Code 2015, by modifying the date of abatement notice, changing the notice time from 10 days to 15 days to allow property owner more time to do the abatement, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. John.
Mayor, Council, currently property owners are given 10 days to correct violations on their properties for tall grass and weeds, junk and debris, and various property maintenance code or property maintenance violations. Once a notice is issued, however, this time frame often proves insufficient, not because of the unwillingness to comply, but because of delays in the mail. As it stands, our letters of notices are routed through Oklahoma City, which regularly results in citizens receiving their letters several days after they are dated. By the time a property owner receives the notice, they may already have lost 3 to 5 days or more of their compliance window. This code change proposes to extend the abatement period from 10 days to 5 days. With this minor adjustment, accounts for postal delays, gives citizens a full and fair chance to address violations, reduce the number of appeals and complaints based on timing, and encourages voluntary compliance before the city resources are used for abatement. Any questions?
I'm all for reaching your goal.
Absolutely.
But the problem I see when I drive around is a lot of tall grass that's just going to get taller. Now, maybe you can reach your goal if you can shorten the time from the 15-day deadline now, proposed 15-day deadline, to actual action of mowing. What is your time frame from the time the deadline runs before it actually gets mowed? And what is the process?
So the process of it is when our code enforcement officers go out to the property and they actually see the violation, on that date that they brought up the violation letter or the non-compliance letter, and they send that out in the mail, they have 10 days from that day to have that property in good standings with the city. If it's not, on the 11th day, our code enforcement officers go out there and they see the violation still in effect, and what they do is they write up a work order. As soon as they write up a work order, we send it over to our abatement specialist, and our abatement specialist is the one that awards it over to a contractor. And as soon as we get that work order in, we award it to the contractor, and the contractor is able to take care of the property at that time.
Okay, and my question is the time frame.
Mayor.
From the time the work order is written up to the time there's action.
I was just going to respond and say that I think that time period varies wildly.
It does.
Depending on the amount of work that's been placed in, that's, you know, the contractors that we have available. I don't know, John, if you can give a window, but I think that it varies quite a bit.
Well, let me say something. I can answer that, because I probably get as many as anyone else in town. I think I might be typical of most of the properties that aren't getting mowed because they're owned by people that aren't on those properties, out of state, wherever. And 15 days isn't enough. I get a letter in the mail, and it's always at least 12 to 20 days since that letter was sent out. And then I've got to immediately go get it done. And if the guy lives in California or Texas, so I'm just saying we may wind up giving them 30 days, that would be my vote, and possibly be getting more stuff taken care of instead of going through this 15-day deal and nobody gets it, and then it's late, and then they may mow it, they may not. And I'm just saying, I don't believe that 15 days is enough. I will say that.
Okay, I'm still looking for the definition of wildly.
So on our time frame, it is vary, sir, because of the amount of rain that we have had this year. And within the actually past 2 weeks, we have written over 400 properties on work orders alone. And so we are working on to get those taken care of. So it is a various range from either the 12th day to 3 weeks out to 4 weeks out, because we are trying to abate the issues that are more taller grass, like 4 foot tall, where we're trying to get those taken care of first.
So, okay.
Can I ask a quick
Yes,
question?
please.
How many contractors do we have to do the mowing? Because, you know, you and I had a discussion about the house next door to me, and thankfully it finally got mowed, but the wait time from the time that I knew that it had gone to a contractor to when that contractor actually showed up, it was almost to my hips at that time.
Correct, because we award contractors at least 20 properties each week. So what they're trying to do is that they're trying to get those knocked out as soon as possible. But we do have 8 contractors. Unfortunately, 2 of them today have told me that they are looking to end their contract with us because they cannot handle the upkeep of what we're keep sending them.
So much.
Is there any expectation that people are supposed to mow without getting a letter?
Oh, gosh.
Is there any expectation that people are supposed to take care of their property?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And we do communicate that out to our neighborhood service, our neighborhood watch meetings, and we do communicate that out to the citizens.
Is there any expectation that people from out of town are supposed to take care of their property?
They should, yes, sir. Because we do send them letters and notices, but
Maybe what we need to do is make it 15 days and try to figure out how to shorten the time to actual action, because that's what the citizen that lives next door to this 2 and 3 foot tall grass wants to know. When is it going to get mowed? And that's all they care about. I also would like to know, do we file liens on their property?
we do, yes, sir. As soon as the work is done with the city of Lawton, if the city of Lawton does have to abate it, what we do is we put a notice, and then after the 30 days, if it's not paid within 30 days, we send the cost notice to the county with a lien on it.
Mayor, and Clean and Neighborhood Services puts 3 separate types of liens on property. They do tall grass and weeds, they do boarding and securing, and they do demo liens. Those are the 3 types of liens that they do.
Correct.
I will add, as part of this discussion, the same issues come up every single year: limited mowing contractors, too much work. We did purchase some mowing equipment internally to the Community Enrichment Department, so we do have some of our own mowing equipment. So we purchased that with hopes of reducing that timeline from notice of noncompliance to actual abatement.
Council? Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did I let you speak? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, John, a question for Ward 5 is I have torn down a lot of houses, which has left a lot of empty lots in my ward that I go around and look at. And I can't imagine the amount of workload that you guys might have got from all the houses I've tore down. And I try to be real patient because of the number of empty lots I have now. And I'm not really sure what's going on in these owners' heads, except for the fact that they've decided, as the mayor was saying, that they're not going to take care of these, maintain these lots anymore because I guess there's no value to them. And the turnover from when that lot has the lien on it and it gets taken out of those people's hands, how long is that?
That is 3 years through the county.
So that lot's going to sit empty for 3 years with us mowing it if they give up on taking care and maintaining that property. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And then with the amount of rain that we've had,
And Councilman Hampton, I will just say that through the Oklahoma Municipal League Legislative Committee, we sponsored legislation that would make changes to the tax sale process, the state statutory process. We have no control over that. And that was ultimately not supported by county treasurers in the state because they didn't want to be, quote, they didn't want to be collection agencies, is I think the response that we got back. So we did make an effort to change the law for that exact reason, because they do just sit there. And then they rack up fees and fines and liens and assessments. And, you know, it's frustrating to people in neighborhoods when nobody takes care of the property for 3 years, and then finally it's sold at the tax sale. And just because it sells at a tax sale, that doesn't mean anybody's going to take care of it either.
Right.
So we're really having some issues with the state law and point because it doesn't help us.
I have a property that I was going to buy that's adjoining one of my properties because I thought the same thing would happen, and it's happening now. And I'm going to call them to try to purchase that property from the people that bought it at the tax sale because they're not taking care of it. And I don't know if this is happening in other wards, but this is certainly a phenomenon that's happening in my ward because I get people calling me all the time saying, well, that lot is tall again, that lot is tall again, that lot is tall again. And I usually send letters out. But I was just wondering on your end, because you and I haven't really spoke about that, as to, and we've got a lot of rain. I think that once the rain stops, then things will slow down for you. But as that and Ward 5, I know that has increased you guys' workload probably quite a bit. Is that true?
Yes, sir, that is true. And we are combating it. Kind of to piggyback on what the city manager said with the mowing, I actually had my code enforcement officers out there tonight before the sun went down mowing vacant properties so we can try to get on top of this and make sure that we are getting these properties addressed.
And no doubt it takes a whole lot more time once that grass is 6 foot tall than it does when it's 6 inches tall.
Correct.
But
yes.
I just wanted to kind of throw that out there as food for this conversation because we've created a situation that probably we need to look for a remedy for, especially with all the rain. Thank you, Mayor.
Can somebody make a motion for this ordinance?
I make the motion.
Who made the motion? Okay, you make a motion, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
15 days and 10 days.
It's now 10, they're asking to go 15. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Now, I'd like to ask you to amend your motion.
I would too.
I'd like for you to, if you would, accept this friendly amendment, to direct the staff to figure out how to cut the time between the end of the 15 days and the day that action happens.
I make that, so moved.
Will you accept that? Please vote.
So we are not.
Oh, we gotta
passing,
read
but
it.
Where are we passing the ordinance in? Are
You're
we
passing the ordinance, the rest of it's direction to staff.
An ordinance pertaining to nuisances by amending Section 15-204, Article 15-2, Chapter 15, Lawton City Code 2015, by modifying the date of abatement notice, changing the notice time from 10 days to 15 days to allow the property owner more time to do the abatement, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
What was your friendly amendment?
Well, he doesn't have to read that, it's not part of the
But I
ordinance.
didn't hear, I didn't understand it.
The direct his staff to to figure out how to cut the time after the 15 days to the time of action, which is mowing, okay? And I didn't say it, but that, what's a reasonable time that comes back to us? Okay, I'm going to assume someone's going to get with me later on a reasonable time. Please vote.
I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to vote yes just because.
Motion carries. What number was that, 35? 36, bringing up 36, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to utilities amended section 2214-144, division 2214, article 221, chapter 22, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding exemptions for residents to deliver 4 loads per calendar year, once per quarter, placing additional restrictions on the eligibility of these load deliveries, providing for codification, providing for severability, and by separate vote, declaring an emergency. Michael.
Good evening yet again, Council, Mayor. So this is follow-up for last council meeting when it was requested added to the 4 free dumps a year, once per quarter. This codifies that. We also took the council's direction and made some immediate changes to try to restrict the potential misuse of those deliveries. We're still going to be looking through those and try to get that better, but we just made some initial stabs at it to try to get at the problem initially. And that would be the summary for this.
Mr. Warren,
Move to approve the ordinance, read the title only.
please read the title.
Okay, so let me find it. All right, an ordinance pertaining to utilities amending section 222-14144, division 2214, article 22-1, chapter 22, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding exemptions for residents to deliver 4 loads per calendar year, 1 per quarter, placing additional restrictions on the eligibility of these load deliveries, providing for severability, and declaring an emergency. So we'll have to have a second vote on that.
Okay, let's vote. Motion carries. Motion to declare an emergency.
Declare an emergency.
George just declared an emergency. Second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 37. Consider approving a resolution amending Article A, 22-1, Chapter 822, Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to utilities by adding 4 free landfill trips per year for residents, once per quarter, and adding exemptions for grass clippings, which had previously existed and followed in code, but were not clearly stated in the fee schedule.
This is just the follow-on to the last item, amending the fee schedule accordingly.
Is there a motion for approval?
Motion for approval.
Is there a second? You have a second, please vote.
I need to declare another emergency.
No. Motion carries 7-0. Item 38.
Point of order.
Yes,
Yeah,
what's
Mayor,
your
I want to
point?
go ahead and, some information came up that I vetted that I need to kind of further vet, so I want to go ahead and pull this item, please.
Okay, so item 38 stricken by the author. Moving us to item 39, consider directing staff to begin soliciting bids for a Milton overlay project on Southwest Lee Boulevard and 38th Street and Southwest 52nd. Michael. Michael / George, how's that?
So this
I talked to him today. You can do it. Do it.
this is just allowing us to go out for bid once all the bid packages are complete for this segment of roadway.
This,
We've got a motion right here. Was there a second? We do have a second. Please vote.
That's, it
Motion
passed.
carries 7-0.
This is-
Bringing up the addendum agenda. We have 2 items on the consent. The following items are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Can I have a motion for approval on these, or do you want to discuss it?
I'll approve it.
Motion to approve? And a second, please vote.
I'll have to call roll on addendum. Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Consent agenda passes, bringing up, we need a motion for executive session.
So moved.
Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker? Smith? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Okay, we're back. I need a motion to return. We have a motion. Who's the second? We have a second from Randy. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Williams. Warren.
Okay, we have a quorum. Executive session, item number 40. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending claim for potential litigation involving demolition of property located at 401 Summit Avenue. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Item 41. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending action, District Court of Comanche County, titled City of Lawton, Oklahoma, a municipal corporation versus Transferring Hand, Inc., et al., case number CJ 25265. That conversation occurred. No action is necessary.
Item 42. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the status of ongoing investigation concerning tenant-based rental assistance, TBRA program. That conversation occurred, and we have a motion.
Move to approve an amendment to the agreement to administer and operate an affordable rental housing project between City of Lawton and the Housing Authority by increasing the funding for fiscal year '25 by $50,684 for a total of $450,684, and direct the city manager to research other avenues for the TBRA expenditures and continue to monitor all transactions for compliance with the Lawton Housing Authority.
Is there a second? Please vote.
Hankins Booker.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries. This is on the addendum agenda, executive session item 3. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in United States District Court for Western District of Oklahoma titled Kent Jackson as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 23284G. That conversation occurred, and we have a motion.
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution authorizing a settlement agreement in the amount of $4 million pursuant to the terms set forth in the resolution and settlement agreement, including the placement of the judgment on the sinking fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote.
Hankins Booker.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
We all done, Tim?
We're done. Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a motion? Is there a second? With several seconds, please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Smith.
Yes.
Chapman.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.